I always forget about that last little soundbite that I have not cut out yet. To prove this is not my chat pack, let's get right into the conversation. James, you had a question for Phil. Can you please elaborate?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Hey, Phil, were you just in Jacksonville 2 weeks ago?
I swear to God, anyone else. Hey, you know what? I'm going to be honest.
What? You set yourself up, man. You show up to the thing, and you're like, hey, this is my first pay-per-view. You say every show, dude.
Hey, I'm excited.
Hold on.
Legit my first pay-per-view. By the way, I've had 2 of these. Still not quite drunk. Close. But 2 of these tonight. Having a great time. I'm not going to let your crappy first-time pay-per-view comments piss me off.
All right,
so, next.
I do. Wait, I do.
You had 2 of those little nips, and Lauren has drank a bottle of alcohol. So I'm going to say Lauren wins as she spits it out on the floor.
And James Sorensen deposited a gallon of milk in his toilet.
I'm so sorry.
Now, wait. When you say he deposited a gallon of milk in his toilet, let's make sure that we say it's skim and not something else that starts with an S.
I know James is young, but we watched him drink a gallon of milk, and again he told us. And then, for one, he told us, I didn't plan on chugging the gallon of milk. Why are you drinking out of a gallon of milk? First and foremost. And then the
only other person that drinks a gallon of milk that I've ever heard of is Ahmed Johnson. And there could not be a bigger difference between Ahmed Johnson and James Sorensen.
James Sorensen doesn't have the knee pad budget to be Ahmed Johnson. But also, he started chasing the milk with Crown Royal.
That was
Crown Peach.
No,
what was that?
I begged him. I begged
Crown
him
Royal.
to stop because he was going to start making cottage cheese in his stomach.
I don't even like Crown Royal, but that's like making fun of Crown Royal by saying he was drinking
making Crown.
Lauren,
it was Crown Peach, which is not real Crown Royal.
And then he came with Apple Jim Beam. I didn't even know that was a thing.
It was about to be Crown Royal 2% if he would have kept drinking.
Lauren, have you ever done an Irish car bomb?
Ooh,
Me?
Wow.
An Irish car bomb. So it's
Okay,
Jameson.
I lived in Ireland for a while, but tell me what this is. And
So
I'll-
can't call it that there.
it's Guinness about it's in a pint glass and it's about a fourth of the way full, and then you take a shot of Jameson, usually a little bit of Bailey's, and you drop it in. The problem is that the Bailey's with the Jameson curdles. If you don't, it's called an Irish car bomb because if you don't drink it fast enough, it literally within if I'm wrong here, somebody tell me 30 to 25 seconds.
Yeah,
30 seconds. It is straight up cottage cheese.
that sounds disgusting.
But going down, it's as good as Screwball.
I actually don't drink beer. So when I was in Ireland, I did not have a single Guinness, but the pubs all had this drink called Baby Guinness, and it's like a shot, and there's no Guinness in it at all. It just looks like a small Guinness, hence the name Baby Guinness. That was my shit when I was in Ireland.
So
it's actually probably the same thing.
somebody explain this to me because there's a lot of people that do like alcoholic milkshakes and shit. Alcohol and milk does not fucking mix. Why?
No. Not true. Okay, so there's certain ones that don't. There you go. There's another touchdown by Rex Burkhead.
Yes, Rex Burkhead, get it, baby. Yes.
How were you ahead of me in the game? How is that possible?
I don't know how Baltimore is giving up any points. But just putting this out there, no, there's a place called Holstein's. There's Halfsteins and Holstein's. Holstein's in Vegas. That is, you name the cereal: Captain Crunch, Fruity Pebbles, Cocoa Puffs. Go down the line. They take cereal, they take alcohol, they take ice cream that's infused with alcohol, and they make a milkshake. Yes, it is like $25.
Where did Carl go?
Am I gone?
Oh, you're gone.
Oh my God! What the fuck?
But I will just add to that while Carl's figuring whatever the fuck he's doing. if you hate someone on their birthday or just whenever, you can order someone a shot called a cement mixer, which is Bailey's and a shot of Bailey's and a shot of lime juice.
Oh my god!
So you tell them, and it has to be 2 different shot glasses. So you tell them to drink the Bailey's first, and then chase it. No, other way. Shoot the lime juice first, and then shoot the Bailey's next. Because as soon as the Bailey hits the lime juice, it curdles.
It is brutal. A cement mixer on
and
the 21st birthday.
They will empty their stomach all over the bar.
Yes, they will. So I saw that happen when I was out for my 21st birthday.
So it's impossible. It's impossible to have. And Dylan Hornswoggle commented, "You cannot drink a liter of Sprite and eat 2 bananas."
Why is that?
There's something about the carbonation and with the potassium in a banana that they can't. It will come up. It will cut. If you ever need to throw up, like Lauren, you almost did during, which I will not play. I will play Lauren's favorite clip.
Carol Baskin killed her husband, whacked him. Can't convince me that it didn't happen. Fed them to tigers, they snacking. What's happening? Carol Baskin.
Hey TJ, I just looked up the nastiest shot, and the top 8, number 1 is cement mixer.
What? Yeah,
no. Is Malord in that? Is Malord in that top 8?
For those who don't know, I bartended for 5 years.
Awful. Hey, do you have that picture of that girl? Is she still single, or what's her deal?
We have to put a duck fart on the list, which is a traditional Alaskan shot. It's absolutely disgusting, but you have to be able to do it, apparently.
Yeah, I wish I could have been in Jacksonville longer for you guys to really see me pound him down and really just fucking get into some booze. Because, I mean, first of all, you guys would all went to the hospital with alcohol poisoning. But second of all, I haven't pounded booze like hardcore in years. But I didn't have much time to be in there, so we didn't get to do it. But when we get our get-together, we're going to pound them, guys.
Should I be nice or should I be mean?
We'll let it go this time. But I'm looking at all of us right now on the screen. My camera looks fucking excellent.
Yes, it does.
You look sexy.
It looks way better than normal. That lighting actually helped everything.
I've got a $37 Vivitar, and I'm kicking your guys' asses in resolution.
Oh well, you know that shit happens.
Antonio's stuck in the past. I don't even know what he's doing down there.
He's at work. He's on the bus.
Carl keeps vanishing like the Mad Hatter.
So I had.
Now it's just black screen.
We're all mad here.
Believe me, it has been. Do you guys have my voice?
Yes.
Yes.
I do not know what is going on with my. I slept for an hour, and I spent 6 hours trying to fix this camera issue on StreamYard. So tomorrow, I don't care what it takes. There will be a new laptop. There will be new. Something is about to change. So this will be the last night of.
Carl, what you're describing is puberty.
Are you saying? Are you saying enough is enough and it's time for a change?
I am not a nugget.
If you would like help tomorrow looking at it, I'd be happy to help you sometime during the day. But legitimately, not just being a wise ass.
No. I'm gonna.
Okay. And there's that.
You offered and then he left.
Yeah, he's pretty much like
No. I tried. No, what I tried to do was pop in, pop out. I'm gonna take you up on that.
By the way, Carl, do we need to put a GoFundMe together to put rubber mats down on your floor because you drop shit constantly?
Seriously, I mean, there's enough GoFundMe's going on right now, so you know.
I know.
By the way, on an unrelated note, if someone comes across an extra camera, USB camera to send to Joey Carr, he was looking for one.
Yep.
Make that happen.
They're not that expensive. Why don't we just buy him one?
Well, I was thinking that, so I sent him because I sent him the laptop, and then
Can somebody text me? Can somebody text me his address? I'll have one
Yes.
sent out tonight with Amazon.
Yeah, I'll do it right. I'll do it shortly. But I was looking at like one that had a mic in it because obviously it's harder for him to do the headset
Text
deal.
me the link.
All
Just
right.
text me the link. It'll be handled tonight.
He's got the laptop though. That's the good news. So he's back in action.
I'm not buying him a laptop.
No, I sent him one, so he's good. Don't worry about it.
Okay. But I put my number in the chat.
Where does Joey live?
Ohio.
Lebanon, Ohio.
Ohio.
Oh,
They suck at football. Yes, we know.
Okay, aggressive.
Speaking of aggressive, Frank Bruno's here.
Hi, Frank. How are you?
Frank blew a goddamn gasket about a half an hour ago.
Damn. I didn't want to get in front of that train.
What do you call you, James? You calling me a fucking train? What?
Wow.
That was
Oh.
that was
Damn,
the
homie.
first ad-free shows. Zoom
No, I
Up
was
been
going
a
to tell you
part of,
there's something on your face, but now I'll just.
Or I was
tell
just
you.
gonna slowly slide out of the frame while Frank was talking.
Who's his Master Blaster?
That's
Oh,
Mark
That's
Nelson.
Mark
That's me.
Nelson.
I was watching
Mark.
Transformers.
Show me your hair, Mark.
My hair's a mess. I just woke up
Why did you just wake up?
because I took a nap.
Why?
Because I'm old and tired.
How old are you?
Wow, Lauren. Let's just say this, Lauren.
He's an old fart.
I'm 20 years older than you.
She thought I was 50, so you're fucked, Mark.
How old are you?
Huh? Because
How
you're
old are
18. You're 18. So if you're 18 and I'm 20 years older.
Are you only 38?
Only? Well, how old do you think I am, Lauren?
I don't know, but you said you're old, and I got really excited like you were like 65.
Damn.
Wow. Hey, Lauren. Everybody's mouth just looks like they're sucking a dick now.
Wow. Wow.
And
Hello.
yeah.
Wow.
What is happening right now?
I don't know, DJ. I'm in your category, buddy.
Again.
I'm going to steal your catchphrase and be like, I don't know what's happening.
I don't know what's happening right now. I need an adult. You won't hear this kind of filth on Top Guy Theater. I can tell you that much. I don't allow this shit on my show.
By
That's
the way,
that's a
what
lie.
did you think of our interview with your wife?
Lauren, you thought I'm 65?
I didn't think you were 65, but when you said you were old, I was really excited that you might be 65.
Do you have like a grandpa fetish? Is this what's going on here?
I
Damn.
kind of have a grandpa.
God.
I mean, she is into Eric.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm obsessed with Eric, and my husband is 11 years older than I am.
Lauren's
And he's
into
too
gilfs.
young.
Grandpa's I'd like to, bump elbows with.
Bruce Willis is one of those.
Is
Nothing
your
wrong with that.
is your catchphrase this? So there's this woman that I go to the gym with, but actually I shouldn't say woman, but she's 28, and she's like, "You must be at least 40 to ride this."
Oh my god.
I was
Wow.
like, "Is that your catchphrase too?" I was like, "Jesus."
Yes.
I don't have a height requirement. I have an age.
You must be 40 to have a
True.
ride.
This is real life. Don't come
Oh
at
my
me
God.
too young.
My only requirement is you have to be taller than me, which is not difficult at all because I'm only
No.
5'5".
I've never not achieved that feat.
Okay, there
Shut
you
up,
go,
tall
Lauren.
person.
Hey, yeah, Brandy
Hey,
can
Lauren.
attest. I am as
I'm
tall
gonna
as
make you do math.
Okay.
You see my name now, Lauren?
Yeah.
Okay, now do some math. I like drunk people doing math.
Okay, hold on. So you're 4 years younger than my mom, and she's 20 years older than me. So we're 16 years apart. So I'm 30. So you're 46.
Wow.
Wow, very
Wow.
nice.
That
Impressive.
was some Carl Sagan
Here's a
shit.
fun game. Here's a fun game. Lauren,
That was an interesting way to get there.
guess everyone's age.
What?
Yeah, guess everyone's age.
age.
Guess everyone's age?
Yep.
Okay, so TJ has told me that he's younger than I think. So like
By a lot.
35. TJ's 35.
Yes, I'm 35.
Sorry.
Frank. Oh, married twice, right?
Oh boy. Yeah.
Married twice with an 11-year-old. Is she
Uh-huh.
11?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're 37.
Marry me. +3 on that one.
No way.
Yeah.
Are you 40?
I turned 40 in August. Yeah,
No, you don't.
August what?
August 16th.
Are you a Leo or a?
I'm a Leo.
Me too.
See, that's why we get along so well.
I know. Okay, so Phil Jackson. Let's see. Phil's young. Phil's, I don't know, 36, 37.
Close. I'm 38.
Okay, you're 38.
And you think I'm 65? Wow.
Damn.
But if you had 10 years for every kid, I'm like 120.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute, Lauren. You're a Leo,
I'm a Leo.
and Frank's a Leo,
Yeah.
but that's it, right?
I'm a Gemini.
Carl,
Aries.
you're a Leo, motherfucker.
Oh, there goes my camera.
Phil, are you a
Your
Gemini?
camera's been out for a while.
I am a Gemini.
So
Why
you're two-faced.
are we giving angry horoscopes right now? Is that what
The
we're doing?
good news about Phil being a Gemini, being
Well, wait, what about
two-faced, is that
James?
I like both of those faces.
Really?
That's how that works.
Oh.
What about
Okay,
James and Antonio?
My first love was a Gemini.
She's in the zone, man.
What's that old fart?
I know.
James.
He's not listening.
How old are you, James?
Antonio Santos live from the El DeBarge video.
All I heard was you guys talk about blowjobs.
No. El DeBarge just won the best comment of the year. There will be no better comment. Rhythm of okay.
Well,
If you don't know-
retire while you're ahead.
How old do you think
That's
James
the
is?
show, everybody. We are on time.
Lauren, how old do you think James is?
Yeah, how old do you think I am? I feel better about what I've heard in the room. So
James.
Wait,
how old
March.
do you think he is?
Wait, March 46.
March
I
46.
thought he was 70.
No, I'm not one of the girls you date.
Nah.
she's out of here.
Man, we got the razor blades out tonight.
Come on, Lauren. What do you got?
Lauren,
Okay, James Coelho. Let's see. You're in your 30s. Like mid 30s. Maybe like 34?
Whoa,
Six?
you were going the right way, and then you went 34, 36. Yeah.
36. I could
Which
have
I feel better about this call because not everybody's 25.
and Antonio. What about Antonio?
Antonio. Oh, Antonio.
What do you looks like, not what he acts like.
Physical age.
Yeah, not
He's like
mental.
31, 32.
Oh, you got it right too. 31.
There you go.
Brandy. Brandy's like 30, maybe 31. For real? I got like within 2 years on all of you. Okay.
Except for Mark. You aged him by like 25.
Okay, Mark, I'm surprised, but pleasantly so.
Oh,
I
there you
love that sober Lauren thought I was in my 50s. Absolutely blasted. She got everyone's age right within a year or two.
Yep.
Yeah.
Probably not in your 50s, but like 50, maybe like 51.
TJ, I still love you, baby.
Her first comment to me, I thought you were my dad's age.
Oh God.
My dad's young.
Lauren, what
Wait.
was your
Your mom is
reason?
53 or 54?
Okay, what?
Your mom is 53 or 54?
My mom just turned 50.
Your mom just turned 50.
Yeah.
My
Like,
mom's
I
still
believe
48.
She's like 35 to me.
So you're like 12?
Yeah.
And you're drinking illegally on camera? That's dangerous.
It is what it is, okay?
I
Good
got
luck to be here.
Young and kind of hot, so.
Presumptive.
Oh, I'm gonna be grouchy all week now.
Why?
You're going to be grouchy. She's
Well,
already 65.
Lauren, what was the well, there goes me again.
Well,
What was the well, there goes again.
Carl, are you using a traffic cam?
No, I believe me, I'm on right now buying a new laptop.
There it is.
I'm on. So
Jesus.
Lauren, tomorrow. Lauren, I'm going to detox tomorrow, so you don't know.
You're what?
Going to outpatient detox tomorrow.
So
Why?
fucking proud of you, dude.
Because I had a long issue with alcohol. I'm finally getting that done.
Antonio, man, you're a great man, and we are all proud of you, dude. And we're here with you struggle, and whatever you need from us, man, we got you.
Hey, and Antonio, you can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right,
you're in my mind.
I've got okay, good. Good. I'm good. I'm the clairvoyant. I'm the clairvoyant Top Guy Theater. What's his face? That was talking to Mr. Wonderful.
Oh, shit.
Oh, Gary Spivey.
Yeah. So, all right. So I've had many family members. I'm gonna last about 2 seconds here before I get, blasted back out by the.
That's the name of my sex tape.
By the way, how did China and the Wall not have the Great Wall of China?
So Carl, what were you saying?
That's a t-shirt.
The thing is this: outpatient is awesome because you could still work, you could still be able to go out and do things, and it gives you some substance and some healthy boundaries in which to have accountability to others that you may not know and others that struggle with whether it's because it might be because there are times I've had to go in with an uncle, an aunt, a grandfather, my grandfather on my dad's side. They'll bring in family members on and not saying that's going to happen, but I've sat in on those. And the thing is about it is it's so healthy that I could not advocate or I couldn't, endorse it enough, I guess I should say. So when you said it yesterday, I was like, fucking, I think it's the greatest thing ever that you're being proactive about it. I think that's one thing that people that if you don't understand what it's like to struggle and somebody that is proactive about it and taking that first step, not having to live in that hell anymore and to say, hey, I'm going to go and take this first step for myself. I'm telling you right now, dude, and I've said this before, you have simply created all of us as, I know I said this once before, but it's like you're walking you're like a trapeze artist and you're trying to carry the balance beam. You're walking the tightrope and you're like, oh fuck, I'm gonna fall. But while I'm still black and I'm not angry, I'm saying this much. What you've done by taking that first step is that you've built this connective tissue that we're not going to let you hit that bottom.
Yeah.
So that's why that's why I'm so proud of you for taking the first step and being brave enough to be open about it.
Are you getting mugged right now?
No, he's getting a prostitute.
Oh, you're behind Walmart.
He's back behind Walmart.
No, I'm actually behind a psychiatric center, and there's a ton of deer around me.
So I want to echo everything Carl just said, 100%. Also, Phil Jackson, your timing is the shits.
I know. Thank God I'm not into liquor anymore.
Carl's talking about quitting booze, and you're like, oh, Jose, right in front of your face.
Hey, how often do I voluntarily, not the Malort shit, actually ingest alcohol?
Well, apparently you should do it even less because your timing is awful.
I won't hold it against you, Phil.
I'm enjoying my evening. But Antonio, props to you. This will probably be the last time I drink for months, by the way, because I don't drink that much. It felt appropriate with the whole swaggle thing and everyone just kind of imbibing. But dude, seriously, I am so proud of you.
Yeah.
I would
know,
give you like a big man hug if I were there. And I don't hug people, but you, dude, bravery all the way.
I mean, I did have fun like being drunk during the streams, but then like I wake up the next morning, like I look, I'm like, dude,
Biscuits.
I regret it sometimes.
You know what? And but the balls, dude, you have no idea the balls it takes. The fucking nuts it takes to actually admit it to another is like there are people that go a lifetime denying it. And then those that say, hey, can I curtail this? Because I have seen people go through it and say, hey, I can temperament my drinking. There are others that are full-blown alcoholics that cannot. To each their own. But the fact that you came out and said something about it is the fucking most. You got more fucking like literally. Fuck hog watching. Yours is hitting your pinky toe. Like your urethra is touching your that's like flaccid. If that thing is hard, that thing is if I can get my oh god.
I see what you're saying, Carl.
Well, I'm gonna see if I can get this on here. Here's how big it is.
Oh god.
It's about this big. And there I go. I'm gone. I'm just gonna be the voice of. You know what? I'm gonna be the Wizard of Goddamn Oz. I will just be here for listening purposes.
Oh, Jesus.
Are you going to be the actual Wizard of Oz or Kevin Nash Oz?
Oh,
can I be both? Hey, do you think the curtains match the carpet on that one?
100%.
My boy, I need you to dye those pubes
including
white.
his balls had a big white beard too.
TJ, I don't know why I feel like asking you this question. Do you have any tattoos?
I have one.
One? I just felt like he's got to have at least one.
It's on my left shoulder. I'm gonna have sleeves probably by the time the spring's over.
God, I want sleeves so bad, but you know I can't afford them. I do have my Iron Man tattoo, which is probably my favorite, but I've got 7.
Yeah, I have one. I got actually. So my only tattoo's a good story. So I got it my 21st birthday, the day of. I got it from a guy. I got it from a guy I was stationed with, who owned a tattoo parlor. So it's not like I just was some random guy. Like, hey, try out your drawing skills on my shoulder. So we did it in someone's apartment. He brought his stuff over. Did the outline. So it's a skull with crossbones, a top hat. He's got 4 aces under his chin, and then he's got snake eyes dice on both sides. And there's a ribbon across his hat that says "Damned if I do."
Damn. On my 21st birthday, I shit you not, I woke up, wouldn't get a tattoo. I never got one before, so I'm like, I'm going to get one on my back in case I don't fucking like it or I have to stop in the middle of doing such a pussy. So it's like a Chinese symbol that means creative right here. But after my first one, I'm like, man, this is fucking great. I need more of these. So, but yeah.
So back up. Yeah, so back to what Carl was saying. Yeah, I couldn't even like that one chat pack we watched when Mike was hosting it. I couldn't even watch it the next day. I know I was like shit faced or whatever, but
I'm with you on that one.
Yeah.
But to finish the other half of my tattoo story, for Phil interrupted me. So we're doing it in this apartment. Does it, and it's still to this day it's just the outline because right after he finished the tattoo, he moved to the Azores. So he duct tapes. He had kids, by the way. He cut a diaper in half and duct taped it to my back. That was my pad. And now I have a outline of a tattoo on my back. 14 years later, I'm probably just going to cover it up when I get sleeves.
Dude, I'm going to be jealous when you get sleeves because I have wooden sleeves, but the way my arms are now, like I've got Roman numerals on this arm, like halfway down, and Iron Man on here. So unless either I get like half sleeves or cover those up, I can't really get sleeves. I think I'll just get random tattoos up and down my arms.
So I've had an idea for a sleeve for a long time, and you guys are going to think it's dumb, but that's okay. It ain't going on you. It's going on me. So
what about a champ stamp?
That's Phil's thing. Phil's got that market cornered. So we were doing. I grew up, here in Northwest Indiana, so I grew up with WGN. I grew up a Cubs fan. So I think, my opinion, I know I'm biased. I'm a Cubs fan. I think Wrigley Field is the most beautiful stadium in sports. It's not even close because of the ivy on the walls and just the cityscape around it and everything else.
Yep.
So my sleeve on my left arm is going to be brick wall covered in ivy. And then on the back, I'm going to have the Cubs retired numbers. And you see how airy my arms are. So it's fun. All the Cubs retired numbers. And then I'm going to get hey, hey, and holy cow. And then I'm going to get the 3 curses. So I'm going to get the black coat. That's going to be the other one. Black cat, Billy Goat. And then I'm going to get glasses, headphones, and a scarf. And have them folded up neatly. And that's going to be Bartman.
Cool. I'm not going to lie. I never wanted sleeves until I saw Randy Orton sleeves.
And Lauren's the only one that knows about. Lauren and my mom are the only 2 that know about my piercing.
I think Lauren passed out.
You got a cock piercing?
What is it?
Do you have a Prince Albert or a ladder? Do you have Hell's Ladder or a Prince Albert?
No, it is. In German, it's called the Jacobsladder.
Oh boy.
Can I just real quick? Mike Kolb just posted something on Twitter. I did not say that women should be sterilized. Okay.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he went deep.
Like, that is not what came out of my mouth, and I don't want anyone to think that is the case.
And that's what she said.
Alrighty then.
Oh my God.
I don't know where to go from here.
Well, I mean, that's a horrible thing to say.
Frank, I did think I hear you say that.
I did not say anything about sterilizing women. I said I was angry because Becky Lynch got knocked up in the middle of her run. That's what I said.
Well, tell that to CrossFit Jesus.
CrossFit Jesus.
I don't know. Like, this is wonderful, but awkward as shit at the same time.
Well, I mean, I shared an opinion, and like, I wasn't like should never have babies or anything. I was legitimately disappointed.
Frank, I have never heard you speak out like this before, and all of a sudden, the end of the thing with Hornswoggle, you come out of left field with, I think Becky Lynch is a bitch for getting knocked up. And
what I said was,
fuck her for ruining my good time.
Bitch, why didn't you have him wear a condom? That's what I said. That's what I said.
I believe you used the term wrap it up.
Yeah.
No, I said wrap it up or pull out.
Well, first of all, that's not effective, so that's a terrible idea.
Or do it like me. Or do it like me.
Don't do it at all.
No, do it.
That's fine me. I don't like. I mean, I'm happy for him and everything. It was just like but you're like you're the Stone Cold Steve Austin of women for a year, and then next thing you know, you're giving your belt to Asuka on TV. Like, it just sucked. That's all I'm saying. I have a daughter. I watched her be born. It was the
if she had just sucked, then it wouldn't have gotten pregnant.
Oh my goodness!
Oh my God!
There was a brief moment I thought Jim Cornette barged into our Zoom call.
Well, if I get booted off AFS like everyone is suggesting, then I just let you know I love you all, and it's been fun.
Who suggested that?
No, Frank. No, Frank.
Mike Kolb said that in the chat.
He's joking.
I'm sure he was joking, but I'm a complete joke to him anyway, so it's all good.
Frank,
he's a
relax.
Bears fan. There's nothing funnier than that.
And the Titans actually beat them.
I'm also a Bears fan.
And the Titans beat them.
I said they would.
At least Frank, you didn't. Frank, at least you're not the one drinking a whole gallon of milk.
Yeah. I mean,
Jesus. Go out there and get yourself over, kid.
How the fuck did this happen that he drank a whole gallon of milk?
So here's
here's
the rundown for those who weren't there. So I don't even remember how it got brought up, but James asked this question. So
Dylan saw him drinking a gallon of milk out of the gallon.
But he always starts his question off with, "I'm the youngest member of ad-free shows."
Oh Jesus, yes.
And somehow, I mean, it was after James, because James went like second. So, I mean, he was quick. Somehow, as the show went on,
That's what being young does.
It was either Cassio or Dylan noticed he was drinking milk out of the gallon, like out of the jug. And Dylan, or I'm calling him Dylan, Hornswoggle, of course, goes, "Are you drinking milk out of a gallon?" And he was like, "Yeah." So, of course, Hornswoggle was like, "Well, now you need to chug it. Like before the show's over, it has to be gone." And then James interrupted at some point after that. And he asked the question about what was it like being Vince McMahon's son for 6 months. And Cassio replied to that with, "We'll answer that question, but that gallon of milk needs to be gone by the time the question's answered." So he just started chugging it. And of course, Hornswoggle then goes, "I'm actually amazed that he's actually chugging milk out of a jug." And then James said, "I didn't plan on chugging it." And then Hornswoggle goes, "That makes it even worse. Why are you just sitting on the couch drinking milk out of the jug?"
Someone beat me to the question though in the chat of like, what are your parents going to say when they say who drank all the milk?
It's excellent. But my first question, and Hornswoggle actually laughed at it because they wanted more questions, and mine was the first one, and it wasn't even to him. It was to James, and I asked, "How long has that milk been away from a refrigeration source?"
He popped.
Because it looked yeller in the video.
It did not look good.
So, James, the recommendation, don't chug a gallon of milk every show.
There's easier ways to get over.
Yeah, there is. That's not one of them. and especially don't do that and then start drinking Crown Royal.
Oh, yeah. That was...
Is he old enough to drink Crown Royal?
He is 23.
That's what he said.
As we all know, he's 23.
Sorry, I was just made aware of this.
When today?
Just like I was just made aware that Phil just went to his first pay-per-view.
Wait, what? Phil went to his first pay-per-view?
He doesn't have his headphones on.
Phil went to his first pay-per-view?
Shut up.
My favorite part of that was the mask, and I can't understand a word he's saying.
Sorry, I'm quarantined right now, so anytime I leave this room, I have to have a mask on.
Oh, we know.
Wait, you're quarantined? I did not know.
My entire family right now is considered presumptive positive, hence the name.
Oh, I thought it was like a joke. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, one of my foster son came in contact with someone at school that had COVID. So that's automatic 14-day quarantine. So while he was home, he started exhibiting a few signs of COVID.
Right.
Well, 2 days ago, I got a call from Madison County, and Madison County is the county I live in, by the way.
Yeah.
And they asked questions about, is he showing any signs? And I explained to him he's done this, like he lost his sense of taste, and he's had a rash. And I'm like, okay, so as of right now, your whole family is considered presumptive positive for COVID. So whether or not we test positive or not, in the eyes of Madison County, we're positive.
Yeah.
I have to ask, since you live in Madison County, what's your bridges like? Are they beautiful?
Fuck you.
Wait, so you weren't banging the babysitter like Mike Kolb?
Wow, there it is.
He's started slaughtering his children right now in his house.
Wow. Okay, well, that was fun. And
listen,
I'm just sitting over here looking at clothes. I'm not even paying attention.
No, I'm going to bed. That's legit.
Wait, before you go to bed, are you going to send me the link?
Well, I didn't have one in mind. I was just saying I was looking at ones with a microphone.
Oh, got it. I thought you had one in mind.
No, I had his address, but
no, I got that. That's cool. I will find it and I will send it out. I'll send it out. I'll have it.
Yeah, I was just looking at options that have a microphone built in. That's all.
I'm going to be right behind you in the bed tray.
Laptop. What does he need? A new camera?
So he had his laptop crashed. He went to Best Buy. He couldn't. They said it was going to be like a ridiculous amount of money to fix it or get it. Told him to get a new one. I said, "Do you have an option?" He said, "No." I said, "Okay, let me send you one. I have one sitting here," and so I did. And then he just mentioned this last week that he was looking for like a camera headset. There's a camera on it, but obviously like a better camera than just a standard webcam. So anyway, when he said headset, I was like, wouldn't it be easier for you to have the microphone in the camera? And that's when I started looking at him.
So they have one here that's it's $40 for a 1080p business webcam with dual microphone. Oh,
There you
and
go.
privacy cover.
In a privacy cover. There you go.
What is that?
It's a cover to cover the hole in the camera so that.
Isn't that called the off button?
Well, no, because it could still be on theoretically.
Oh, so it's a way to not get sex tape?
Yeah, correct. That's correct.
Don't pull a Jeffrey Toobin?
I don't know what that means.
I don't have a reference on that
You guys,
one. But,
you guys have not heard that story.
No.
No,
Okay.
but I'm interested.
Antonio, we can't add you back in because we don't know where Carl is. So
Carl is
unless-
vanished.
That's a Carl thing.
And unless Carl has
we have
made
to
someone
wait.
else an organizer, I'm pretty sure we're just here.
Carl is
Yeah, we're
running
just
a Radio
stuck.
Shack right now. That's why he's having a hard time finding one.
Radio Shack.
By the way, speaking of Carl, mad props. This CM Punk mask, Carl gave it to me, gifted to me while we were in Jacksonville. This is the coolest present I've ever gotten.
That is
Hey, what's Joey's last name?
There he is.
awesome.
Huh?
Carr. Carr.
If I leave the studio, does that end it?
I would
Yes.
think so.
If no one else can host, if no one else is a host at the same time, I'm assuming
How
yes.
do I? Can I hand over hosting? I'm looking at how to.
I don't know. It was the only reason I know that is because last week you and Cole being hosts at the same time. So
When I ended it last night, did it end it?
No.
No, we were able to stay on, but because we're live, I don't know if it would let you.
By the way,
We're still live?
yeah, we're still
How-
live.
how fucking awesome is Mike?
Mike is awesome. Yes.
I don't think I've ever encountered a person quite like Mike in my entire life. He started my GoFundMe for my Camaro, but is also the biggest asshole I've ever met. But he's so awesome that you can't just not like him because he's an asshole. It's just great.
Hey,
And he's
TJ,
also a handsome motherfucker.
I appreciate the comments. I'm gonna mute myself real quick because I've got.
Can you let Antonio back in before you go?
Oh yes, sorry.
I don't know why I said that. I should have not said anything. God damn it, I ruined it.
That's all right. The comments are entertaining.
Everyone say hi to my daughter's my hairy slinky.
Hi.
What the hell is that?
Is it
Is
a
that a
ferret?
ferret?
Ferret.
What's your ferret's name?
It's my daughter's, and her name is Sable.
You named your daughter Sable?
No, the ferret.
Sorry.
Oh boy.
I don't know. Wow. Okay.
TJ, I'll text you tomorrow so we can talk about the championship thing.
Yes.
We'll
Oh my God. Yes.
We'll brainstorm about it.
I mean, if I can get my hands on my first actual ring used title, I'm gonna run up and down my street naked.
Well,
Are you gonna do the page thing with the title?
Oh God.
I mean, I might. This is the first time this would be the first time I got my hands on one.
If
so
you're
I'm just
gonna
kinda-
do it, mail it to me so I can do it after, and then I'll Clorox it and then I'll send it back.
No, we don't Clorox it, and then we send it to Conrad, who apparently wants to pay more money.
Oh, that's excellent.
I cannot wait for that package to be in Eric Bischoff's hands.
Tomorrow.
Can't wait.
Oh,
Be there tomorrow. Can't tell you.
We have to wait, but we have sent him a gift.
It's a
gonna
gift.
be
It's a gift of epic proportions.
It's gonna be
Did I
amazing.
hear about jacking off on TJ's title?
no.
Yes. Are you
Peace out, boys and
hijacking a
girls.
car?
That's the
Are you in a
alarm
car?
in the bus.
I had to pull over really quick because I heard about that. I'll be right back.
I don't know what the hell.
I don't know if everyone noticed, but my connection issues are fixed. Also, thanks to Mike Cole for suggesting that I get a USB Ethernet transfer cable, which was fucking awesome. I actually got it for half off. It was $50 normally. I got it for $25. Gets me up to 1,000 megabyte connection. Right now, I'm doing about 300 megabytes per second. Fucking great. This is actually better than what the laptop specs were originally were.
Okay, he's gonna get it. Joey's gonna get it Tuesday. So hopefully it gets there in time for whatever we have on Tuesday with Medusa.
Frank, I know you're on a fantasy football team. Is anyone else in here on a fantasy football team? No, just me and Frank. Just Frank and I.
Yeah.
My fantasy team tonight is slaying people. I'm 7-2 already. It's done.
I'm 8-1, and my main player, which is Patrick Mahomes, is not playing today, and I started Baker Mayfield, so I have been afraid to look at it.
So
didn't they win?
They won, but Baker did not play well.
Oh.
Let me go check.
Oh, Pats are up 20-10. Yes, bitches, get it.
That's great. That's just going to mean that the Titans are going to get the Ravens angry next weekend.
Sorry.
Wow. Okay, negative Nelly.
Yeah,
I'm 3-5. I'm taking what I can get.
I'm getting my ass handed to me.
So I'm winning right now, 148-65.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Hold on. What is this fantasy football you're talking about? What is this? You young kids, you.
So, do you play fantasy football or don't you? Because you didn't answer the damn question when I asked.
No, I don't play fantasy football. I play fantasy hockey and fantasy baseball.
Fantasy hockey? That's even the most boring shit ever. So
no, it's great because it's every day. It's not just
every game ends 6-2 because it's hockey.
It's
so
amazing.
I started Josh Allen today, who lost to Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
I started Derrick Henry.
Mm-hmm.
Frank, I'm looking at you right now.
He didn't have any touchdowns. He had a 100-yard game.
He had 11 points.
What?
Against the Colts. Ronald Jones scored 24 for Tampa because they housed Carolina today, 26-43 or 46-23.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it was tied at halftime.
Wow.
That game was tied at halftime.
Juju Smith-Schuster scored 22.
Woohoo!
As Pittsburgh blew out Cincinnati 36-10, which should surprise no one.
I was going to say that's not
DK Metcalf, this was the first week he didn't score at least 15. He scored 4, which is weird.
What?
Yeah, the Hawks got doused. They were.
I started playing Jefferson from Minnesota. He's been lighting up, but he'll play tomorrow, and he probably won't do much against the Bears defense, but they'll win 6-0 because that's how the Bears are. I started Evan Ingram, who scored 3 points. John Brown from Buffalo got 13. Matt Prater, my boy, the kicker from Detroit, scored 16. Steelers defense scored 25.
Mm.
Crushed.
Steelers defense had 25.
Yep.
Okay.
Let me tell you what the heck that is. Actually, that is a lot for a defense. So they put up, let's see, 4 sacks, 2 forced fumbles, and 2 fumble recoveries.
Ooh,
Jesus.
nice.
We call that getting it, son.
Yes, so great.
So actually, I'm going to be 8-2 after this week.
I think I'm legitimately the only person in all of AFS, and there's like 2,000 of us, that doesn't fucking watch football.
Yep, pretty much.
There's more than just you. Also, James Elkerai, no, we cannot see your comments.
Hold on a second. What?
Should be a joke because I wouldn't be able to read it if I couldn't see it.
Sorry.
Also, Carl's not
I'm
here.
dress shopping.
Carl's not here, so we can't play him.
Yeah. No, I'm
Yeah,
shopping
yeah,
even though I don't need to because yeah.
We need Carl back in here so we can like add other people that want to come in.
I'm also shopping.
You just can't have the same dress as me, okay?
Hey, whoever gets there first, you watch Friends.
I'm what? I'm shopping for a new wrestling community because I'm going to get booted out. Apparently.
So
you should shop for a new football team.
When I was in Jacksonville, guys, when I cranked out
the guy whose entire team is fucking hurt.
I don't know why I'm thinking about this, but I haven't worked out in like 2.5, 3 months. But I was in Jacksonville when I cranked out those 50 push-ups y'all saw me do. That's the first time in like since I worked out since I've done those. And basically, I'm just saying I need to work out more. I suck.
Working out? What's that? I sit on my ass.
I'm sorry.
I haven't done 50 push-ups since like 2009.
I have a question. What's a push-up?
And that's a cumulative.
In my life, until I started working out, when I first started working out, I could barely do 10. And then I built myself up to like 65, but now I'm back down to 50. But still, like I'm in the best shape I've been ever, and I'm 30-fucking-8.
Round.
I would probably do 13 and shit my pants.
Yeah, I don't know why. I got the wild hair on my ass to just randomly do push-ups, and everyone's like, okay, well, Phil's doing push-ups now.
I would never get a wild hair at my ass to do 50 push-ups. Like, hey, TJ, go do 50 push-ups. Hey, you, go fuck yourself over there. 50 times.
I never played sports. I never did anything athletic in my entire freaking life. So, like, now is like my athletic peak.
I think that's why, like, because when I was younger, when I was in high school, I played football and I wrestled. And I was there for the first year they started doing competitive weightlifting. So, and this is not a brag because I believe I'm going to tear myself right down in just a second. When I weighed 162 pounds in high school, I could bench 305. I could squat like almost 600. And went to the military. I was a physical training instructor. I did the test for the base, overnight by the base for my squadron. Came home, worked out probably for 2 or 3 years. And then one day I woke up and I was like, I'm not fucking doing this shit anymore. I've literally been working out since I was fucking 15. I'm not doing it anymore. I just don't.
That's kind of why, like, it was weird. I was doing my morning run one day at like 4:30 in the morning, and I just stopped. It was just like, I don't want to do this anymore. And I just turned around, walked back to my house and sat down and started playing PlayStation.
I have a great running story.
I don't run. I can't run because of my asthma, but I walk as fast as fucking possible. But I still lost 40 pounds.
Are you a mall walker?
No. I walk out. Here's my routine. I would get up. I would do my I have like a pre-workout like powder in water. I would drink.
Then you drive to Hot Topic.
Yeah, about 20 minutes. I'll wait for that to kick in. I would go outside on my street. I never went to a fucking gym. I would walk as fast as I can up and down my street. Three circuits up and down is a mile. At my best, I was doing about 5.5 miles in an hour. Before I would do that, I would walk outside of my front porch. I would do as many pushes as I can and as many sit-ups as I could. I was doing about, like, on my peak, 65 push-ups and about 100 sit-ups. I would do my walk. I would go home. I would wait about 15 minutes after that. Then I would go hit the weights. I wasn't doing max. I was doing low weight, high reps. So I was doing 20 reps of 100 pounds. I was doing 4 sets of that. And I did that for about a year.
I have a really funny running story. And ironically, it's the last time I went running. So last January, I tried to get into the running routine again. Because I worked with a friend named Carrie, and we wanted to try to do we were going to do a 5K every month and then end with a marathon. Or half marathon, but I wanted to do. I've wanted to do the Chicago Marathon for a while. So I was running. I was working midnights. I ran every day when I got home. So I get home at 6, and it was January, mind you, in Indiana. So it's like 11 degrees outside. So I'd throw my leggings on and get dressed, and I'd just run. I was doing about 2 miles a day at start, and I think I moved to 4. So I go out for my morning run one morning, and like when you take like a computer test and it's 0 with the dot on this side and then 100% with the dot on this side, there's the line and there's 50, the dot in the middle. I was at that dot in the run. I was perfectly halfway. So no matter which way I go, it's the same amount of time. I had to shit right now. Like right now. And I'm standing at the street corner like, I guess I'm going to try to go home. So I'm waddling home. So I don't just, because mind you, I'm wearing Under Armour like fit leggings. So I just would have made like a shit casting of my thigh if I would have let it go. So I'm waddling home, and then it gets so much better. You just wait, it gets so much better. And then I would like get 10 running steps in and go, nope, go back to waddle. I'm a block away from my house, and I can see my house, and luckily the corner lot next door to me is empty. So as soon as I saw the lot, I just diagonal line. I took off from my house. I'm kicking my shoes off in the front yard. Like I need to do this now. So I run into the house. Now, mind you, I'm wearing a pair of shorts, fit leggings, and underwear. I'm struggling because I'm sweating and also in a panic.
Are you wearing a thong?
Just wait. No, that actually might have worked out better because I just pulled it out of the way. So I'm running into the bathroom, sweaty, in a panic, and it's the only time in my life I tried to like Yokozuna Bond dry drop the toilet, like running head start. I missed.
Jesus.
And I shit on my toilet seat. And that was what happened the last time I went running.
It's hard, man. It's hard to keep it up. And even more.
Thank you for that, because that's not what I would have said if I would have just heard that story.
Are we still talking about him shitting, or are we talking about something else?
Yeah, even worse than diet in an exercise, the fucking dieting along with the exercise is fucking murder.
I didn't do that.
Oh God, you got to do both if you're really committed to it.
That's what is when I was younger. Because I mean, when I was in high school, I tried to gain weight because I was a defensive tackle in football, and I weighed 160 fucking pounds. I'm going against linemen. Like the Duneland Conference here in Northwest Indiana is actually one of the better conferences in the country. I mean, it's not like top 10 or anything, but it's probably like top 30. And like I went up the first game of the year when I was a senior. The guy that was blocking me was 6'5", weighed 320 pounds, and had a full ride to IU. I'm 5'10", 162 pounds, and what the hell am I going to do against this fucking guy? So I tried to gain weight. I remember the first time I went up against him, he just picked me up and threw me, which is not a blocking technique they teach you. I did not appreciate it. But so I tried. I mean, I would eat 2 lunches every day at school. I would eat extra milk. I would drink extra milk, and then I would buy a bag of Reese's peanut butter cookies when I would leave. Just like the straight peanut butter ones, no chocolate in them. And I'm like, I'm eating all this food. Why can't I gain weight? Well, because you dumbass, you're just eating garbage. Like if I actually would have focused my attention on a diet, it would have been completely different. But this is also 2003, 2004.
Right.
Dieting wasn't really a thing yet. You just ate protein powder and then you went and lifted. Like that was all you did. And I did that too. And I took creatine, which, by the way, high school kids in sports, don't take that shit.
No.
Just don't. Kids die every year for taking creatine because it dehydrates the shit out of you. Prime example, the summer of my senior year, was taking creatine while I was working out. I gained 40 pounds. I weighed 205 pounds. But as my friend Chuck would say, I look like a stuffed lobster. I was just red. I was bloated all the time. But I was huge. Well, what's happening is my body's just retaining water and it's not releasing it. As soon as I went off creatine for 2 days, I dropped all 40 pounds in a week.
Jesus Christ.
Because all the water just left me. So don't.
Story of my life.
I've got really shitty asthma. So in high school, like I couldn't do anything like that. And then Advair came along, and I take Advair. It's a steroid inhaler, and it's what allows me to do any sort of physical activity at all. So, you know, when I started working out a year ago, it was the first time I really was just like, fuck it, let's give it a shot. Let's do what I fucking can. Because my buddy wanted to do it because he had a heart attack. And he wanted to try to get in better shape. I'm like, you know what? I'm going to work out with him just to make him feel better. He gave up after like 3 days. I'm like, you know what? I'm probably not going to last much longer, but let's see how much longer I can fucking go. And I lost 40 pounds. I swear to you, I swear to God, the worst part was the diet, because what I did, the first half of the diet wasn't bad because I was doing 1,200 calories a day. I can measure those out and still be pretty satisfied with what I ate. But when I hit right around 170, like 175, I switched to low carb, high protein. And I eat fucking protein bars for breakfast, for lunch, omelets for breakfast, and steaks for dinner. You're like, oh, steaks are great. No, when you eat fucking steak every night for like a week, for a month, for 6 months, you get fucking sick of steak and you want a milkshake and you want fucking potatoes, and it sucks balls. But I would do exercise every day of the week over that fucking diet, but you got to do both to get where you want.
That's why I couldn't diet, because every night I would drive by Taco Bell. It's like,
it fucking sucks, dude. It really does.
Like a spurned lover. Like, Like,
everyone gets a cheat day. Like, if you ever see The Rock on The Rock's Instagram,
Oh my God, yes, his cheat days are epic.
Calling it a cheat day is silly because that's not a cheat. That's a cheat week.
Right. What I told myself was I refuse. I absolutely refuse to have a cheat day until I eat 175 pounds. So when I got from 200 to 175 is when I had my first cheat day. Because I knew, I'm like, if I have a cheat day before I get to a certain amount, I'm just like, well, I had this one cheat day, so why don't I have it's okay to go and have a soda the next day, and I can have a couple cookies because I cheated. It's okay. It's not going to add up, and it fucking adds up. So I refuse to have a cheat day until I hit 175.
Well, that's also misleading because, The Rock and everyone else who's, actually in shape have cheat days.
Yeah.
Well, the cheat days still have rules.
Yep.
They just don't go to CVS and buy a bag of mini Snickers and just eat the shit. Like, there's still rules in play.
Right.
Like, oh, I'm eating pizza today. Well, it's not the pizza we would eat. Like, it's other shit. Like, it's not just, Little Caesars. Some of them do that. But, I mean, look at Dolph Ziggler and show me on his Twitter page where he's eating Domino's. Like, it ain't happening.
Also, how fucking expensive is it to diet?
It's absurd.
Oh my God.
My wife and I did this thing called the 17-day diet like 5 years ago, just before we had Jack. And all it is no red meat, no bread.
Ugh.
That's the whole diet. So they actually said in the book, you can eat as much as you want, as long as it isn't those two things. So I made so every day of the week one day I made shrimp and sausage gumbo, which was the shit. And then the next day I made jambalaya. So I'm just making all these crazy seafood Southern dishes. And I loved it. We did it for 17 days. And by the way, you're supposed to quit drinking pop too. I kept drinking Diet Pepsi because I'm a lunatic. And I'm not drinking again. I'm not giving that shit up. How else am I supposed to maintain this bad?
You can drink soda as long as you drink your minimum required 6 glasses of water a day. You can drink soda. It's fine.
I don't do that either. I don't do that either. But I lost.
I know I'm about to lose some weight after all this.
Well, it's a good start, actually. But in that 17 days, I lost 14 pounds. My wife did not. She was not happy. She's like, fuck this diet. I'm not doing it anymore. Okay.
Yeah, I told my wife, whenever we started dieting, I'm like, I'm going to eat whatever your heart, whatever diet food you're eating is what I'm eating. And that lasted like a month before my workout regime didn't work with her diet. So I started changing my diet, and then she just stopped dieting altogether, and it did not work out so well.
What'd you say, Frank?
I said, screw you guys, I'm going home. Like when you said your wife was not happy, she was probably like, fuck this diet, fuck it in the ass.
Actually, I think it might have been her exact words. You guys have met her, so there's a good chance
Yep.
that's what she said.
By the way, I loved having a conversation with your wife.
Yes,
cool.
Mrs. TJ is awesome.
She's cool. She just texted me, how's it going? Because it's a half an hour past my bedtime.
Oh.
But I don't know what Carl is.
You know
So
what?
I'm trying to keep this fucking train together.
Right?
I was wondering why I was cold on my bus.
Well,
I had the
Carl-
AC on.
Antonio Santos, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, I love that
All
you
right,
kept saying Hornswoggle needs to be a bus driver in the chat.
I wanted to start a conversation for that. Then you guys just tell them all the crazy stuff.
Well, James started chugging a gallon of milk, so
Yeah, that was pissing me off for real.
Ooh, New England is up 23-10, 3:40 to go in the third quarter. Let's go.
And that's Sports on the 7th with Brandy.
By the way, James Elkarai just said, Antonio, I hope Antonio's safe no matter what retail store he's behind. At least he's being nice. Is that an airport?
Our transit center.
Isn't it the place you got hit?
Yeah. AKA the Thunderdome.
Sounds like a safe place.
What are the odds that Antonio drives his entire bus route and then gets punched at the transit station? That's like running over the lawn tractor, pulling in your driveway after you just drove 2,000 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So I had stuff on my bus, and I got pissed off about it.
You got stuff on your bus?
Yeah, I had my $500 laptop on there. And the kids, because I like to play video games on my break. But they pushed the door because I let the air out on the door. They pushed it open and came on the bus.
There are so many things right now that I just don't. I don't have the verbal skills to ask these questions. I mean, if I was on the bus anywhere, not even yours, just a bus, and the bus driver had a $500 laptop, I'm probably going to punch you too. Just because why?
They were
Why?
not.
Why?
They weren't trying to rob. They weren't trying to rob me.
I wouldn't rob you either. Like, man, you have a phone.
No.
Play Gardenscapes or some shit. Don't bring your laptop on the bus.
Yeah, that's why I left it home now.
Thank you.
Yeah, it took somebody punching you to do that.
He learned from his mistake. Let's move on.
Some of us sleep with our mistakes, but whatever. Same difference.
What did you just say?
He said we learn from our mistakes, and I said, and some of us sleep with our mistakes. Whatever.
That's not what I thought you said.
Evidently not. But that
Somehow
reaction,
I thought you said you slept with your laptop. I'm like, what?
I have slept with a laptop before. It's a weird night.
I don't even have a laptop in my room.
I have a laptop in my room. I've got another laptop in my room. I've got a
laptop goes out of the bedroom when we go to sleep.
Wait a minute. How did I not notice this the entire night? Frank Bruno.
What?
Last night when we did Top Guy Theater, there was a wall of Funko Pops behind you.
Yeah, I put them. I put them back where they were. I try to have a wrestling themed background when we do that. So right now it's all my books, my wrestling book, and then my bobbleheads of Michael Scott and Dwight Schrute,
which were purchased in Jacksonville.
And then why do you have that? Why do you have those bobbleheads?
And then I have an extra Finn Balor pop that I'm giving to my friend.
Aww.
You're giving to who?
One of my friends.
Not you.
No, I don't want it.
Yeah, not me apparently. I have posters that I need to put up. But
oh, hello.
Black Label Pro Turbo Drop 16. It is signed. And then they also sent me Threat Level Noon, which was
Threat Level Midnight.
Threat Level Noon, which was awesome because we got Kylie Ray versus Killer Kelly. Killer Kylie versus Killer Kelly.
Who is Killer Kelly?
Killer Kelly is a women's wrestler. She's mostly worked in the European scene, but is going to come work more in the United States. She is in the upcoming Knockouts Championship tournament, which is going to be awesome. She was also in the last Mae Young Classic.
Oh, okay. I did not know.
I have the Georgia Championship Wrestling television title.
Yes, you do.
That's signed by Ron Garvin.
And soon there's going to be a video with you and that title.
Yeah,
so I'm going
to reluctantly watch.
I actually had reluctantly get out of here. I actually so I had a conversation with someone, we'll mention their name, about that belt and some other stuff I'm doing for them this morning, and he mentioned that on the last Ask Conrad 18, Conrad actually brought that belt up. I had not listened to it yet. Actually, I haven't listened to like the last 3 or 4. Just because my work schedule's been bananas. So I mean, my drive to work's only like 20 minutes each way. So it takes me 3 days to listen to an entire podcast. So I listened to it today while I was downstairs in the man cave playing SimCity. Not bragging, love that fucking game. But somebody asked him what obscure belt would you want, or do you something along those lines? And the first goddamn belt he said was the Georgia Championship Wrestling TV title. And then he goes, guys like Ronnie Garvin held it. And I'm like, it's how did all these things come together? It's so weird because I bought the Georgia Championship Wrestling television title and it's signed by Ronnie Garvin.
How much was it, DJ?
So they wanted $550. I knocked him down to $450.
It was live. We watched him on TGT.
Yeah, I bought it on Top Guy Theater last
Well, I don't remember talking price. Maybe you know, maybe you did. But I'm just curious. Wouldn't a belt that obscure signed by that wrestler be more than that?
You think?
Like, I feel
Not necessarily.
But it's also not, for one, I don't know how mass produced. I imagine it's not very, but it's also.
Is it a replica?
Yeah, it's a replica.
Oh, okay. I thought it was actual ring worn.
No, it's not the real thing.
Speaking of Top Guy Theater, I know I teased this once. I'm going to tease it again.
That's adorable. I just shows up the background.
My son's on my couch, just losing his mind right now.
Aw, Jack. In the meantime, Brandy's deleting all the wedding stuff pictures off her phone.
Wasn't somebody just starting a statement and stopped?
So, talking about Top Guy Theater.
Yeah, it was you.
I teased it once before, and I'm going to tease it again. And I want to talk about it, but I'm not going to. You guys have no idea what I have in the can. I worked really hard, and I cannot believe I pulled this off, but I can't wait for it to happen for you guys. You're going to love it.
Yep. I'm the only other one who knows.
When is this happening?
Undetermined date, but you will not believe it. I still have trouble believing it. I had to show it to TJ. It is a thing. It's eventually going to happen, and it will put us so far up in the stratosphere on the map that it's ridiculous.
It's a guest?
Yeah.
Okay, the dog is freaking adorable. Saying that.
Sorry, Jared, no, not Kelly. I can't stand that bitch. Killer Kelly.
This is Loki. Come here, Loki.
Wow.
What's up, Lucky? Lucky's like, get me. I don't want to go on camera.
Oh, he likes camera. He wants my cookies. I've got cookies.
Unnecessary anger.
Everybody.
No, honey, if you want me to go off, just start talking about that era of women and yeah. Mm-hmm. Brandy has strong opinions.
But I have issues about my financial situation. The fact that I can't contribute financially as well as a lot of people in here. But what I lack for financial, I make up for in charisma and being able to reach out and contact and communicate with people. And this is me pulling this out of my ass is one of those instances where I'm even impressed with myself. And I don't brag about myself, but I legit feel bad. It's like, man, I'm so fucking poor that I can't throw money into this shit. But when I pull something off,
6 kids, dude.
Yeah, when I pull something off like this, I'm like, you know what? I think I just made up for all of that.
Listen.
So you have a shitty guest coming?
Oh no! You say
you said you pulled it out of your ass.
Not even close to shitty.
You said you pulled it out of your ass.
Phil, money got nothing to do with it. We love you, brother. However you contribute is however you contribute.
And I think that's a key thing we should mention is Phil's. He says he's go out and reaches out to these guests and promotes the shit out of our show. And if you don't know, it means you never watched a show and you need to goddamn start. I started this whole shit show. Well, we just did our 10th episode, so about 3 months ago. And Phil, I brought you on episode 3, right? WrestleMania 3.
Yep.
And it's so weird that our third show was at WrestleMania 3, but I kept you on since. You and Matt love it both. All these things that Phil does for us, I've asked him to do none of them.
Yep.
He just does it.
Yep.
Which is awesome.
What's weird because normally it's just I will wake up like in the middle of the night or in the morning and have these ideas, like with the email for the bookings, or sending out emails to specific guests and reaching out and throwing out booking ideas and throwing out pitches to those guests. And it's not like I'm throwing out generic pitches. I am individualizing these pitches to the guests that I'm throwing out. And again, the one that I netted is, and I'm not trying to brag. I'm still kind of in shock. And if I hadn't shown you the email, TJ, I don't think anyone would believe me about it.
There's a good chance I wouldn't have.
See, that's what you do. That's what you do for us, man. Because, honestly, I'd love to do more. I'm so friggin' busy with school and work. It's hard. So the fact that we have you, and I'm not saying you're not busy either. You got 3 fucking jobs. It's just we're all dedicated to this, and we just have different levels of dedication. And see, we'd be fucked without you, right? I mean, it's just the way it is.
When I'm at work, I'm thinking about the show. When I'm at home, I'm thinking about the show. When I wake up in the middle of the night, I'm thinking about the show. I want this show to succeed. This is one of the most passionate things I've had in my life, and I cannot remember how long.
How passionate are you for this weekend?
What's up?
How passionate are you for this weekend?
Oh, for Barat? I mean, I'm ready. I'm ready for Barat.
We're going to watch BCW 10.
You know, I know that, and it's going to suck, but it's going to be hilarious. So that'll work.
Be fun.
Now, my major question though is you eat, sleep, and breathe the show. Now, when you're having relations with your wife, do you moan the show's name?
I cannot confirm that. No, you're not getting my cookie.
On that note, guys, I need to go to bed. So I am going to.
So do I.
I'm going to bid a dude off.
All right, good night, everybody.
So I think it's just going to be Phil and Brandy.
That's okay. We'll Phil and Brandy a lot in Jacksonville. So.
Yep. And I'll let Carl. Carl asked me, like, let me know when you guys are done so I can close the room. So just somebody text him when you're done.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye, guys. Wow. It really is just us. I was wrong.
It is just us. Yes.
And my dog. Don't forget my dog down here.
Yeah, the dog and the cat is over here. Yes.
Give her Loki's. Come here,
you want to say hi? Come here. Sapphire Marie.
There he is. Come on, where is he? There he is.
Oh.
Loki. He is part coonhound, part German Shepherd. He's a rescue dog, and we actually have two names for him. He's Loki and he's Chomsters.
It's Mike.
Oh my God, we were like everyone left, and then Mike shows up.
Yeah, I was just saying. I just looked at my phone, and Frank was here because I was told I had to get on here to talk to Frank.
Literally, everyone literally like 5 seconds ago, everyone bailed.
I hear he's not very thrilled with me.
Well, now we got you and me and Brandy and Brandy's cat and my dog.
Well, the cat ran away because I pulled her into my lap.
My dog is right here wanting my cookie.
Where'd Carl go?
Carl is having computer issues. So Carl is trying to find something to fix that.
Gotcha. I'm texting
What's
Frank.
going on tonight, Mike?
I was just spending time with the missus watching Schitt's Creek.
Ah.
So
let me check on my game.
Schitt's Creek. I've heard good things about that show.
yeah, it's we're still in the first season, I think, or maybe we're just coming to the end of the first season. It's okay. I think it's going to get better in the second season.
Come here, Loki's. Aww.
How's everybody feeling at your house? Presumptive positive.
Well, I mean, I've got my dog in here. He's kind of chilling with me. Everyone else is outside the room. I've got my gator here. By CM Punk, by the way, Carl gifted this to me when we were in Jacksonville.
You were in Jacksonville?
Shut your fucking mouth. It's a CM Punk gator. And I cannot seem to find it. Here we go. CM Punk gator. It is probably one of the coolest things everyone has ever gifted me. I don't wear it much, but because I go in and out of my bedroom a lot, and it's easier to just lift the gator up to put a mask on, I've been keeping this around my neck today.
Isn't that cute? If only you had like it autographed or something.
My,
I gotta tell you, actually, Phil, I'm very, very, very upset because I wish you would have bought that poster. I wish I would have bought it because there's like a guy that's got all of them, and he's got like 12 of them for sale, and he won't sell them for less than $60 a piece.
Ugh.
And the one that we were looking at was sold for $34 and a penny. And apparently Frank's not upset with me. At least that's what he's telling me via text. So
yeah.
Please lay off me and Brandy. Nobody is supposed to know about. Never mind.
It's the worst kept secret. It's like Triple H marrying Stephanie McMahon. It's the worst kept secret in the industry, dude.
Worst kept secret, yeah.
By the way, you guys were all over drooling at Stephanie McMahon on Top Guy Theater.
They were.
I did have a big thing for Stephanie when she was younger. I absolutely did.
You know, I can appreciate it more now than I did before.
I still think she's attractive. I still think. I mean, my issue is that she's definitely had a lot of work done and like it's weird. I feel like Hunter's trying to turn her into China. Like, and that's not meant to sound as better the way that it sounds, but like when you see Stephanie McMahon's post on Instagram and it's 1 a.m. and their personal trainers are there just really getting at it and trying to get fit, it's just like, oof.
Did you see the magazine photo shoot with her workout video with her workout pictures?
Yes.
My God. Oh my God. That's when I was like, okay, she's awesome.
Yeah, she definitely kicks some ass, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
I tell you what though, out of all of them, I think I miss AJ Lee the most.
Yes.
God, roll tide on her.
Yes, absolutely.
Her and her little skip down to the ring.
Her little psychotic smile on her face.
A CM Punk said it best, right? I really dig crazy chicks or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. My God.
Do you ever see the crazy and hotness chart? It's like,
yes, the video where it's like there's like at least a 3 crazy, like a minimum, because all girls are at least a 3 crazy or something like that. I fucking love that video.
Can confirm. Many women that I know are batshit fucking loco, myself included.
There's the crazy zone. There's the date zone. There's the long-term zone. And there's the unicorn zone. Is that right, Mike? I can remember.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I love that video. I think I have it saved somewhere on my phone, actually.
I think the other term that my buddy's uncle says a lot is like, I don't like craziness, but I'll stick 6 inches into him every now and then, or something like that. And I'm like, okay, that's the same one that gave me the what grew into the line of how many times does 65 go into 30? Like, he's the same guy that gave me that line. So, what's this? Rumor says Phil was there. I only saw him twice. I'm assuming you mean Jacksonville, right, Alcor? I believe the rumors are true. I believe Phil was in Jacksonville. It was his first pay-per-view, from what I understand.
Okay, you guys will never hear me say that again. I'm done with that.
Say what?
Only the excitement, but it was fucking amazing. I'm done with it now, but I will never. I mean, I actually talked to Conrad about this yesterday. We had a little bit of a text back and forth, and I told him it was one of the top 3 moments of my life, and he said, I cannot believe that.
Yeah. I mean, so the way I look at it, and obviously I wasn't a fan of you, but you were there, and that makes it special, and it was your first and all that. Like, I can understand why it's so awesome to you in that aspect, but you know, at the end of the day, as long as you had a good time and you're happy with it, that's all that matters, bro.
I mean, I've been on a live Raw / SmackDown, because it was a live Raw, and then after the Raw was a SmackDown taping. I've been to 1 NXT house show. It is the extent of my wrestling before Full Gear Live, and you know, I mean, I got to see. If I could have picked a tag team match, Young Bucks versus FTR, probably would have. I couldn't have picked a better match in my life unless it took Hardy Boys from 10 years ago and put them against Young Bucks now. You know, Hangman Page versus Kenny Omega. Kenny Omega right now, obviously, is probably next to AJ Styles my favorite wrestler, and the fact that I got to see him win in the very first match I ever saw on a pay-per-view live was just mind-blowing for me. I mean, everything else was great too. I mean, maybe Mox versus. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't know a whole hell of a lot about. Why can't I remember his name now? I can't remember his name. Yeah, I didn't know a hell of a lot about him before he joined AEW. I mean, I maybe heard his name once or twice. So I couldn't necessarily have said I would pick that for a main event. But after watching AEW enough, it's like, hey, I know enough about Eddie Kingston to know this is going to be a pretty decent main event. Eddie Kingston's never going to be more than a hardcore guy. He's never going to have like a 5-star wrestling classic or anything like that. Moxley's kind of a utility player where he can do a wrestling match or a hardcore match or anything like that. But, you know, as far as main events goes, it was more of a spectacle than a match. It was still pretty decent. But the fact that I got to see Bucks versus FTR in and of itself was enough for the trip.
For sure. Makes sense.
My dog is all annoyed because he wants out of the room, but my wife doesn't want to sleep with him tonight, so he's here with me. So that's why he's barking. Stop it! You quit being a diva. You stop. Oh, don't you give me attitude. He does. He's got a big old attitude. Like, we have 2 dogs. We have Loki and we have Chompsters. Chompsters is what my dog named him. Loki is when he's fun and when he's playful. Chompsters is when he gets annoying and starts gnawing at you and biting at you, not because he's mad, but because he wants a result. Like, if he's in a living room and we're cooking food, he will start chomping at you because he wants to be let outside. To go outside, you have to go through the kitchen. He really doesn't want outside. He just wants access to the kitchen to get the food. So when he does stuff like that, he is Chompsters. Right? You know I'm talking about you.
Chompsters.
Don't look at me like that. Yeah, it was so funny because when my last dog, Sparky, died, he was a Jack Russell Terrier. We were like, all right, when we get another dog, he's going to have to be another small dog. He's going to be at least 4 years old, and he's going to be trained. This dog is 80 pounds. He was barely over a year old, and he was barely trained. But it was funny because we walked into Petco looking to adopt animals. I walked in, and as soon as I looked to my right, this dog was looking at me with this big fucking grin on his face. Like, okay, this dog just adopted me. He is so fucking cute.
Yep, and he will work that until he is no longer here.
Yep, absolutely. He is the greatest dog. I love him to death. He loves me too. Like, he knows when it's time for me to come home from work, and he will wait for me at the door.
Aww.
My cat does that. She waits by the door when I'm supposed to come in for lunch and when I'm supposed to get off work. And then I'm in trouble if I'm late.
You stop. Quit barking. You're not leaving this room. Don't give me attitude. Do not give me attitude. Are you done? That's what I thought.
Oh, yes, you were drunk, James. Yes, you were. Having cleaned up the carnage when we were getting ready to leave Jacksonville. Yes.
Right now, I'm probably, well, not now, but maybe like 45 minutes ago, I was probably just a couple of shots away shy from drunk. But then again, I did drink a ton of tequila. But that's probably the closest I've been to drunk in years. Hello. Hello, yes. Let me pet you because you obviously need love.
Wait, where was it? What are you talking about, Phil?
Drinking a lot of alcohol. I haven't drank that much in a while.
Oh, tonight?
Yep.
The 2 bottles?
Hornswoggle was like, everyone needs to drink, blah, blah, blah. And then Lauren's like, I'm drunk. Everyone should drink, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I think I get some tequila in here. So I drink. We're here.
And I'm over here just drinking soda. Nobody mentioned a thing.
I drank 2 of these. And then I've got this. And I drank a little bit of that as well. But Mike, you should have been there, so we could have pounded them down together and make everyone else go to the hospital with alcohol poisoning, because that's what would have happened.
Agreed. Another time, sir. Another time.
It's gonna happen, dude. I live 4 hours, and one of these days I'm gonna get wild hair on my ass and just drive over and make out with you.
Oh my god.
Loki, I know.
Yeah, girl.
You're so starved for attention. I know. Oh, I know. No one pays attention to Loki. Don't chop at me. Stop that. So what's going on tonight?
Not like I said, I came on here to apologize. Frank, he was gone. I texted him though, so we're good. Yeah, I'm gonna slowly but surely. In a minute here, I'll head upstairs and probably watch another episode of Schitt's Creek and call it a night. This is a fun one. Our kid Maverick apparently just is on a mission to prove that we don't keep a close enough eye on him, but he scratched his cornea today.
Oh my God.
And we're still confused on how he even did it, because I was absolutely, roughhousing with him, playing with him. But like, he was on our bed and he like dug his face into our blanket and then all of a sudden started crying. And that's when he scratched his cornea. So his fingers weren't there. There was nothing else in the bed. It was just a blanket. And the blanket wasn't like some of those very soft, like plush blankets. So no idea how he did it, but it just wasn't fun. He was not a happy camper for most of the day after that. But hey, Phil, you got 6 of them. I only got 1, so I don't know why I'm complaining.
What's even worse is right now we're like watching for signs for different kids for COVID. My youngest foster daughter said that her chest hurts and she has a headache today. And it's like, so anything at all, it's like, we still don't have our first test results back. And the rest of them are all going to go simultaneously on Tuesday to get tested. What's weird, and I don't even understand this. When we talked to the Madison County Health Department lady the other day, she told us that our kids will go back to school faster if they test positive, as opposed to testing negative, because negative is like they don't know if it's a false negative, so they have to have X amount of days, as opposed to positive where they know it's a positive, and after that amount of time plus the period they can go back. It makes no sense.
Yeah. No, I mean, I get it. And it's funny because we're talking like, right, we just had our COVID scare, and I told Tamara, I said, like, if we get it, we're not getting it from the nanny because we're not next to the nanny ever, but she's with Maverick. And so it could take Maverick 2 weeks to actually get it and start being contagious. And then it could be 2 weeks for us. So really we got a month window. Whereas, right, like if it would have just been us, it would have been 2 weeks. So I mean, I get it. I've thought about going back and getting retested. And I still might actually, I maybe towards sometime at the end of this week, because the following week being Thanksgiving, I want to have results. So when we're on my in-laws, I'll feel better. But we just had the conversation. We're essentially gonna hunker down here. Where my wife was in a bowling league. It's the one thing that she still did. She just went with her sisters. It was like a way for her to get out and socialize, right? So she went out to. We had that conversation that like, hey, you should probably stop going to the bowling league for a while. Numbers are getting crazy. I still let her go to work, but I'm not worried about her at work because she rents her own little office space, so there's nobody else there with her. So I'm not as concerned about that. I'm not concerned at all about that. So it's like, then we're essentially in our own little bubble. Yes, the nanny comes and goes, but she's already had it at this point. So,
right. So
I'd say the next 4 months is not going to be fun. I have a feeling.
Right. Yeah. It's been kind of crazy here because like I'm in my bedroom. I've got a laptop and I've got a television. I've got a PlayStation 3, so I have entertainment. And I step out of my bedroom whenever I need to go to the bathroom or whenever my wife is yelling at kids or whatever. But this is my world right now until it's not even like at this point. It's not even when my foster son tests positive, because it can be a false positive at this point. Pretty much until December 8th. This is it. I have to stay in this room when I come home from work. Thankfully, again, it is just by the stroke of luck that I work in Missouri. And in Missouri, unless I physically test positive, I can continue to work. Because if I worked in Illinois, I'd be out of work right now.
Right.
I'm so fucking boned for money because the unemployment situation is different now than it was when COVID first happened. We were able to get like an extra $500 a week on top of unemployment and all that shit. So yeah, it's kind of terrifying to think, oh crap, what happens? But if anyone in this house tests positive, I will go get tested. Because I'm not the kind of asshole that's going to keep working with a COVID fucking positive result, because I care enough about other people to do that. But at the same time, I have to keep working until that result because I just can't afford it.
Yeah, it makes sense. I don't know what the Illinois situation is for unemployment. I have a friend of mine who is on unemployment right now. And he said he's making more on unemployment right now than he did working. So
they were. It was, you know, they changed it because I know Trump changed it, but everyone was getting on top of the regular unemployment rate, which I think is like 60% of what you're supposed to make. I don't know. I've never had unemployment. 60% of your base amount of weekly or whatever your pay is, but plus $500. And when I was working my last job before I switched over to working auto parts, there were a lot of people that were on that. They were literally making more than me as a workforce manager for 2 online lending portfolios than you know, a lowly CSR that was on the phone for 36 hours a week. It's like, man, I wish I could go home and sit around and make $500 plus what I make now. That would be fucking great.
I hear you.
But it is what it is. My job, I can't complain about my job. It's the easiest job I've, other than working in a video game arcade, the easiest job I've ever had my entire fucking life.
Yeah,
But
oh, you're fine. Sorry, I was reading a text from.
I was scratching my dog's butt.
Okay.
He likes butt scratches.
Are you scratching anybody's naked butt, Brandy?
No.
We can't see your hands. We don't know that to be true. There we go. All right, that's better. Mike, you should have been there for the whole Hornswoggle thing. That was probably the best.
That was fun.
That was probably the best Zoom I've ever been on.
Yeah, it was. So I obviously, you know, I joined at the end there.
Yeah.
Just in time to see James Sorensen finish a gallon of milk and then switch it over to Crown, but we don't need to discuss that because I'm sure you guys have already discussed that at length. So my wife was making dinner and I was on baby duty. It just wasn't going to work out. So I waited until we gave him his bath, put him down, and that's when I jumped on. And God, was Lauren drunk tonight or what?
Oh my God, yes.
Were you paying attention to our group chat, by the way, on a certain somebody not getting their question in and why? Did you see that? So I'll just say that Cassio private messaged me and he's like, "Hey, you're coming up next." And
I saw that.
Yes, that. Well, yeah, that certain somebody didn't get to ask a question, and I guess they got fed up and left.
Aww.
Sad.
With who okay. I'm shocked.
Yeah. That made my night. Why are you saying, "Oh, Brandy"?
Oh, it's my shocked face.
Yeah,
Oh, I know I'm a horrible actress.
Did you see that was your shocked face? Are you the My Chat Pack Live?
Yes, I am.
Wow.
We are such shit. That's okay.
So Phil, you got to work tomorrow?
Nope.
So you got to play games all day?
Yep. This is my 3-day off weekend, and I do have to go to my kids' school and get some supplies for them because I'm the quarantine bubble person in the family, and they apparently need like some supplies that they don't have. Other than that, no, I'm going to sit here. I'm actually, as soon as we get off here, I'm going to go back to playing PlayStation because I have nothing else to do, and I'm not tired.
Nice. I actually have to look at my calendar. I don't even know what's on my agenda for tomorrow morning. Let's see.
Tomorrow I have second half payment deadline, so we're gonna be busy tomorrow.
You quit.
That's
my dog's being a diva. Quit it. Are you done? Are you done?
Are you done?
Excuse you. Excuse you. Do not give me attitude. What was that? That's what I thought. No. Quit your whining. He's got such an attitude. He's my big thing when I got a dog. My last dog, Sparky, had such a personality. He's like, I want a dog with personality. Loki has got personality in fucking spades, and he's a big diva, right? Are you a diva? Do you have attitude? You have attitude? What was that?
Check on my. They've managed to fuck this up. I might throw something.
You have attitude? What? Are you done? You done with your attitude? You done with your little fit tonight?
Well, okay then.
Okay, we're still New England is still up 23-17. We're almost to the 2-minute warning. We might pull this off. We might.
Can't believe everyone's left. What? The first time I'm able to hang out and chill because my internet connection doesn't suck and I have nothing to do, everyone's like, deuces, we're out.
Tomorrow's Monday, so everybody's got to get back to work. And
Yeah.
I just have the advantage because I'm 4 hours behind everybody.
Like,
It's only 7 o'clock here.
Phil, can you get TJ on?
I think TJ's done for the night.
Yeah, TJ had to go to bed.
What a bitch.
No. It doesn't feel like 10 o'clock to me. I'm still readjusting to all the fucking time zone changes. Plus, like right before I flew out there, we actually had an actual like daylight savings time. So on top of the daylight savings time and the time zone changes, I'm just so fucked up in the head on what time of day it is. And the fact that I'm been stuck in one room for 3 days, I'm going nuts.
I'd probably be in the same boat as you. I mean, to an extent, when we lived at our old place, I should say it differently actually, because this was our second time moving this year. At the very beginning of lockdown, we were in like a 1,000 square foot place with just me, my wife, Maverick, both of us having to work while watching Maverick. It was horrible, and that was pushing at least my wife to her limits. So I'm very grateful that we're in a much bigger house.
I'm proud of you, dude. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
This is I live in like 1,950 square foot, 5-bedroom house, but I still rent. But our landlord, he had like, when we first moved in here almost 4 years ago, he had like 5 rental properties. We're the only rental property left because we're the only fucking renters he had that's worth a damn. And he said whenever he's ready to retire, he's just going to sell us his property flat out. So, I mean, it's nice, but it's like at the same time, I don't know. But I've never actually physically bought a house of my own. So kudos to you, buddy.
Thanks, man. Yeah, my story I can tell you on that is when my wife and I first met, my credit was in the shitter, like 500s. Really bad. I didn't care. I did a lot of stupid shit, just didn't care. And then things went to collections. And then even once you start paying things, because those things were in collections, they're still on the credit report, right? They show things. But I worked at it pretty hard for like the last 2.5 years and just got up to like a 750 credit score. And then when we went to buy the house, they said, well, your wife's got an 800 credit score. You got a 750. You actually bring her down a little bit. Not the end of the world. You still get a good rate. But like if you're on the mortgage with a 750 credit score, we got to give you like a 3.3% interest rate. But if we just put your wife on there, it's a 2.9. And it's like, well, almost a half a percentage point. That's a lot of money over the course of a 30-year mortgage.
Mm-hmm. What do I have on this?
Yeah,
I have a 4.
Just paid off our like the first time, like me and my wife been married 12 years, almost 12 years. We just paid off our first brand new car. When I was at the airport in Denver waiting for my transfer flight, I paid off our Nissan.
That's
nice.
So awesome. Yeah, I think I have a 4. I inherited, this is the house I grew up in, and I inherited it with my mom when my grandparents passed away. And then when she passed away, I'm the only one left. I think I have a 4 on this one. So not terrible.
Yeah, no, a 4% interest rate's not bad. Really not bad. I mean, that was my wife owned another house when we first started dating. Sorry, and that's a 4% interest rate. And at that time, it was the best interest rate in the market.
Right. Mm-hmm. You actually got yours through Conrad, didn't you?
So I tried. So my wife is a partner at a bigger company, and the problem is she's not a W-2 employee. She's what they call a K1.
I know what that is.
Yeah. So she just became a K1 this year, and so the law is, or the regulation says, if you're a K1, you have to be a K1 for 2 years minimum for anybody to consider you for it. And so that's what Conrad's contact told me. I say with Conrad. And then we found out through a friend of a friend who's a higher up at another mortgage company. He's like, yeah, that's true. But do you own 25% of the business? And my wife's like, no. She's like, it's 1%. And the guy goes, yeah, the regulation is if you own less than 25%, you don't have to have 2 years. You got to, and the other part of it is you have to have a long-standing relationship with the company. My wife had been working there for 17 years. So she was able to show all that. So that guideline went right out the window. We went with somebody else, but it all worked out.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter who you go with. You want to make sure you're getting the best loan, the best interest rate possible. So that's the best part of the story.
Yeah, whenever my wife quit her job and our whole financial situation changed, I was like super worried. So I actually reached out to Conrad. I'm like, dude, can I talk to you about some financial advice? And we talked, and he gave me, some pretty good advice on what I needed to do. And I'm working on it now. But God damn, Conrad's such a good dude.
He is.
People just don't believe it. It's like, no, Conrad, he's full of shit. No, he's just a fucking good dude.
Just a genuinely good person.
Yep.
It's funny because I have a friend of mine that knows Conrad from wrestling, from the world, and he is not a Conrad fan at all. And he's like, he comes off really good, but he's not. He's this, and this. And I just have the total opposite impression of him. And if what this person had told me was true, I would hear about it a lot more out there, and it's not out there. So I have faith the guy's a good dude. And I just realized Henry is sitting in the waiting room. Hi, Henry.
Conrad, Mike, I don't know if you found it's a compliment or an insult, but I equate Conrad to you. Conrad's an asshole. He can be an asshole. He can say the most assholish things possible. But he also, deep down, is a really good guy at heart that wants negativity out of his life. You're the same way.
I'll take that as a compliment.
That's good.
I will.
I feel nervous anytime I DM Conrad. Like, eventually, I think he's like, stop fucking texting me. You're annoying the shit out of me. But he's never done that. I don't just message him randomly for no reason. If I message him, I have a reason to message him. So I don't want to be like, I don't know. Obviously, I'm sure other people DM him and message him too. But I'm just not like, hey, Conrad, how's your day going? The last thing I messaged him was about the honky tonk guitar. So I'm keeping him in the loop on that. And, we talked about financial stuff. And I talked to him about Jacksonville. And anything I've ever had conversation with about is relevant and not just bullshit.
So do you guys want a My Chat Pack exclusive?
Yes.
On another prank I was this close to pulling off on someone?
Yes.
Hold on, let me get it over here. I don't know what screen this is going to open up on. There it is. I got to edit it slightly because let me minimize that and delete that. So Henry, the prank was going to be on you, bro.
Oh, is this?
And are you listening, Henry?
I can hear you.
Pay attention to this, buddy.
So I'm going to share part. Well, let me share part of my screen. Let's see. Share screen. Application window. Boom. So what I'm about to show you, I was going to have printed out on a really nice paper, and I was going to professionally do up the envelope and send this to you via certified mail. And it was going to be this letter from the law firm of Dewey, Cheatham, and Howe.
That's elegant and that's genius.
Are you reading it at all, or would you like me to explain it?
I have a basic enough understanding of the law that I can read legalese.
Basically, it's saying that Ad Free Shows hired this attorney to issue you a cease and desist order for your map behind you. and that you specifically, when you accepted the terms and conditions of the Patreon, you agreed not to solicit any information from other ad-free shows, customers, contractors, or employees. And henceforth, especially when you asked Miss Francine Fournier for where she was from, like that violated that. And I just.
And you signed it from Roy Wayne Ferris, who is the honky tonk man.
So I didn't look at who it was from, but when I saw Roy Wayne Ferris, I died. I just fucking died.
So I wasn't going to put Roy Wayne Ferris there either. I was going to put something else, and we lost Henry. Henry died. Henry's gone.
You just killed him. He's like, how dare you pull a prank like that on me?
So the whole reason I'm showing him it is because, like, TJ and Matt were both like, dude, he might like really have a panic attack. So I was like, all right, I won't do it.
Wow.
And like he gone.
I hope he comes back. I hope he's gonna hurt his feelings.
No, I'm sure we didn't.
No, probably not.
There's no way. I mean, I've been admitting that I was going to pull a prank on him. Like, there's nothing to hurt feelings on there.
Nope.
Yeah, I think Lauren's coming back, guys.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
How old are you? Did you tell her I was here?
Yep. That's exactly.
How old are you, or what are the age and genders of your kids, Phil? Well, give me your kids and then give me the foster kids.
So I'll just go all the way down. So, and I'll be remiss. I can't exactly. I think I have the foster kids' ages right, but please don't berate me about this. I actually have my kids' birthdays tattooed on my arm.
Okay.
So, 18 is my oldest, and then it goes 12 for Derek, who's my foster son, and 11 for Megan, who's my foster daughter. And then I think 9 for both Rebel and Olivia. Rebel's my foster son, Olivia's my natural daughter, and then 8 for Bianca.
You said your oldest is 18?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Here's the thing. My oldest is actually my wife. A second. My wife actually had her with somebody else in marriage, but when we got together and we got married, I actually adopted her. So she's mine. She's my kid.
She is your kid. You've been the dad. Yeah.
So she's not biologically mine, but she's mine.
How old are you?
And whenever you adopt someone and through marriage, and because it was actually, we lived in Missouri when we did it, they changed the name of the birth certificate.
Yeah.
It says my name.
How old are you, Phil?
I am 38. Here's a really good story, though. Stop being a diva. I don't tell this story very often, and not a lot of people know this. So I have zero clue, who my real dad is. I don't have much of a relationship with my mom either. When I was born, my last name was the same last name as my mom at the time during her divorce from her second marriage, but wasn't my father. So essentially, my last name had zero meaning to me. So when I got married, I made the decision to take my wife's last name. So my kids would have a last name that meant something to them.
Yeah.
So here's the funny thing that you guys are. I can already hear it from now to the end of time. I'm going to burn for this, but I'm going to say it anyway. My last name before it was Jackson was Peel, and my initials were PP. And Mike's like, let me write this down here. Jokes for days.
That was a weird point to jump back in on, Phil.
Yeah. So my last name before it was Jackson was Peel, but I decided to take my wife's last name. So any children we'd have would actually have a meaning to their name because my name.
No, and I think that's really awesome of you. It's funny because when Tamara and I got married, let me rephrase it. I have a friend of mine that almost did that, what you're saying. And then when we got married, it was funny. My wife wasn't going to change her last name because she's like, we got married when we were in our 30s, and she's like, I've had my last name for all this time, built a career off it, I mean, granted, if we both live to be 70, that's about the break-even point to where, she will have had both last names the same amount of time, length, right? So we almost didn't do that, but we did give Maverick's middle name is my wife's maiden name.
Right.
I want to carry it on because there's no other, no other with that surname that's a boy that could pass that name on anymore. My wife is one of 3 girls, so real quick, Henry. So I want to finish that thought. That letter was signed off by Roy Wayne Ferris, which is the Honky Tonk Man. And the whole reason we put that in there was because TJ and Matt were convinced that I had to put something in there to show it was a joke, on just the off chance you went off the deep end from getting that letter.
That wouldn't have been a bad prank.
Especially because it would have showed up certified and they would have asked you to sign to confirm you received it.
It was great.
I thought it would have been glorious, but
when I went to the Social Security office to change my last name, the lady that worked there said, "I've worked here 25 years, and you're the first person I've ever seen where the husband changes his last name to the wife." And I'm like, I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment, but I will mark that down.
Yeah, I support it, Phil. I really do, and I think that's cool. So,
yeah.
And look at the bright side. Now you just went from PP to being confused with Phil Jackson.
I did not know who Phil Jackson was. Not a clue. He's my name. And people were like, "Oh, the NBA coach." The first time I was like, "Who?" Now I know fucking all about Phil Jackson, and I wish I didn't. But I will say, and this is so funny, Suicide Squad, not the greatest movie, but Will Smith gave the speech about, "Hey, we need to work together like Phil Jackson, triangle, bitch." And I'm like, I led the Suicide Squad to victory in that movie. That was me. That was all me.
What you need to do, Phil, is if ever you're going to take the misses out, bring her to Chicago, call the restaurants and act like, be like, "Hello, my name is so-and-so. Don't say your name is Phil Jackson. I need to call for a reservation. Phil Jackson, former Chicago Bulls head coach. That's who this reservation's for."
Yep.
So when you show up there, you can be like, "I don't know who the hell told you that. My name's Phil Jackson. You can look at my ID, but I'm not that guy." After they, have you all set up for success. So
nice. I'll work on it. I've actually never been to Chicago.
I haven't either. I've been through the airport.
I've been to Joliet, but I've never been to Chicago.
Would you go to the prison?
No, funny story. I actually went to Joliet to take I won't quite say ex-girlfriend, but we did go to prom together. I drove her and her boyfriend all the way to Joliet because they were moving down there. And I was there for maybe an hour.
Were you moving them to the prison?
No. I didn't even see the prison.
Darn.
That's literally the only thing that I know of Joliet, really.
Yeah,
Is there also a racetrack in
Joliet Brothers.
I think there might be a racetrack in Joliet. Oh, well, kids, I don't know if Lauren's actually getting back on to hang with you guys, but
yeah, I'm working on it. Just give me a minute.
Well, I'm going to give 8 minutes, and I'm signing off at that point because I'm going to head upstairs. But
I'll tell her.
You guys, some of you guys have to work tomorrow. Some of you don't. So
yep, some of us have to work. And the final score is in. The Patriots won. They defeated the Baltimore Ravens 23-17.
That game should have been Sunday Night Football.
We are now 4-5.
That's nuts.
I'm surprised they showed up to play tonight because when they played last weekend, I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, go ahead, Henry.
I admit I'm a little surprised they didn't flex something else into that spot, to tell you the truth.
True. I agree. And actually, Henry, did you get to watch that awesome Buffalo Bills game?
I got to see the last 2 minutes. I saw Buffalo take the lead, and then I saw the last play of the game.
I have Kyler Murray on my fantasy team, so that play was very nice.
Are you taller than a fifth grader? Because he can hardly see over the line of scrimmage.
Accurate.
It wasn't a bad game. I'm not pissed at how it ended. You'd think I would be. I'm really not. That the way that it was going up until the fourth quarter, because I was keeping up with the highlights, I figured Buffalo was going to lose by double digits.
Loki, quit chewing on my blanket, bud. Quit it. Stop it. What? Hey.
You have a Thor in there with your Loki?
Nope, just a Loki.
Is he a low-key big hog?
I've never looked.
I was waiting for the reference.
It was actually like we had a bunch of names, like, and it came down to like 5, and then we drew Loki out of a hat. So that's the name we got.
What were the other 4?
I don't fucking remember.
The man has 6 kids. It's amazing he can remember anything.
So Carl was having computer issues. Like, is he working on the computer issues, or is he just?
I think so. He didn't tell me what was going on.
I think he said he ordered a new laptop.
And then we were just supposed to tell him when we were done so he could close the room.
But he still owes me $100 for making more than watch 2 Girls 1 Cup.
This is true. He does still owe money to
Get the fork that over.
I forgot I still had control of that shit.
Hey, you owe me. I hooked you up with that.
Speaking of that,
It's so funny. I messaged Mike. I'm like, Mike, I'm like, Mike, do you want blackmail-worthy photograph on Carl? He's like, yeah. I'm like, no, you don't understand. This is epic. He's like, yeah. And I showed him. He's like, Phil, I have no words.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I didn't. It was like,
Oh my God!
That was our exact reaction, because when you came down the stairs in the condo, you look to your right, and that's literally the first thing you see.
What's crazy is like literally 20 minutes into Carl showing up and bringing all his stuff, and he was coming up the stairs with like stuff in his hand and his pants halfway down his ankle.
Around his ass.
Oh, well, there's Carl's boxers. I don't know how this is going to go.
Yeah, we all got more acquainted with Carl's ass in that weekend than we ever wanted to.
I vaguely remember seeing Carl with his shirt off for about like 3 seconds too. He was walking around upstairs with his shirt off.
I'm glad I missed that one. So
I didn't really have a bedroom. All of my clothes were just kind of upstairs, so I just changed upstairs. So I didn't like at that point. It's like I hope nobody was around, but like I don't really care. I'm just gonna change clothes.
Well, I didn't notice anything, so you did good.
That was the point.
I mean, we saw your hog, but that's the point.
That's okay. That's okay.
And you scared off 3 of my spies.
I have nothing to be ashamed of.
I wonder when this. I wore a ring on my finger. I wonder when this like tan line or whatever is gonna go away.
I wear this when if I do dishes. Like I've never ever taken the ring off.
Mine is silver, like it's sterling silver, so I would take it off if I wash my hands, if I was doing dishes, if I was in the shower.
Mine's titanium with a tiny little diamond in the middle.
Yeah, mine is just silver.
Mine's 14 karat white gold.
Oh, perfect.
But I still I take it off when I wash my hands because I hate the feeling of soap or water underneath there. Lotion's the same thing, but
Here you go. I've got a great story for you guys.
Oh boy,
I love this story. So, 10-year anniversary for my wife. I promised her, like I think around year 7, because we were poor as shit. I'm like, I'm gonna get you a ring that's worth 4 figures, because first ring I bought her, I won't lie, was like $150, and then I upgraded her to another ring that cost like $500. And I kept telling her, like, by 10-year anniversary, babe, you're gonna get a ring that's worth 4 figures. I promise you. And I worked my ass off. I got my credit better. I got a line of credit through Zales, and so, it's coming up on our 10-year anniversary, and I've got the Zales credit card, and I've got some money set back, and I call Zales. I've literally never bought anything like this in my life. I'm like, can I buy a ring with the credit card and the cash I have saved? I'm like, yeah. And also, we have the sale coming up where it's like 40% off specific types of rings and stuff. They didn't tell me, like, I thought it was like a one-day only sale, which they baited me into it. It wasn't. So I call my wife, and I'm like, you have to set X day aside. No matter what happens, we have to have this day aside. Don't ask me why. We just have to have this day aside. And she goes, okay. And I'm like, yes, this is going to be out. I'm going to take her out. I'm going to pick her out a ring. The look on her face is going to be fucking priceless. We're going to go out to the most expensive restaurant I know. It's going to be the most amazing fucking night. A week later, she goes, whatever your surprise is, we can't do it. And I'm like, why? She's like, it's family reading night at the kids' school. I'm like, we can skip this. No, we can't skip this. The kids look forward to this every year. I'm like, no, you don't understand. We can skip this just for once. No, the kids love this. They love it all. They have to go every year. They look forward. I'm like, no, you don't understand. The kids can go 1 year without missing family reading night for the love of God. And she's like, I'm not giving on this. I'm like, you're going to make me tell you, aren't you? You're going to make me tell you what this is. Ruin the surprise. And she's like, there's nothing you can tell me that's going to make me want to cancel family reading on these kids. So I told her what I had planned. And for ever, she didn't respond to my text. And because she was in shock. But it sucks because I never got to see the look on her face when I told her that she was going to go to pick out Azales and pick out a ring that was worth 4 figures.
What was her eventual response?
I mean, she was super. Oh my God, Phil, I can't believe it! Like she was in shock. But come to find out after the fact that it wasn't a 1-day sale, so I could have just changed the date. But Zales was really good about not telling me that because they wanted me to get the sale. But it is what it is.
Oh, wow. I just got a notification that James Lacoris liked a tweet that I recently made, which was, for those of you that didn't know, Phil Jackson went to Jacksonville for AEW Full Gear.
Oh.
There's my shout out to James LaCour because I'm sure he's still listening. James, if you're listening.
I'm never going to mention that again. In the history of Ivory shows, I will never say that Full Gear was my first pay-per-view.
I mean, you said that earlier already tonight. You said that 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not going to go around. I might say I've been to it, but I'm never going to say it wasn't my first. It's done. It's out of my system.
It's not that it's your first. It was that we joke with you because you have to tell us you tell the same people. So I went to Jacksonville for Full Gear.
I don't have stories like you guys. You guys shut up. I haven't been to WrestleMania 19 like all of you fuckers.
I wasn't at 19.
I have never been to a professional wrestling pay-per-view in my life.
Oh, well, damn it. I feel bad.
We're going to change that, Henry. One of these trips, we're going to get it.
I went to Daytona to the racetrack when I was 3. It's been a really nice day in the heat. The Hooters across the street from the racetrack is a really nice restaurant.
So, do you guys think we'll ever, before he dies, get a Zoom meeting with Bruce Pritchard?
Yeah.
Yes. Vince has to die first.
So bad. Yeah. I know you do, Mike, because you've spent high dollar amounts to make that man happy.
Forget Sobe Life Water.
I still got a whole box of there's 16 bottles of Sobe sitting in my basement over here that I'm waiting probably about 2 more weeks, give or take, before I'll send it because I'm going to send it with a Christmas card.
If you want to talk about assholes that people know, Bruce Pritchard's on the top of that list.
Here's the question though, because you ask about Bruce, and I agree. How come we haven't gotten a Ric Flair Zoom yet?
He's still under contract with WWE, and they can't.
Yeah, he's got a WWE Legends contract.
Yeah.
I guarantee he can get on that thing. I have no doubt.
No, but he likes the money.
Well, I don't mean get out of the contract. I'm saying I'm sure there's a loophole for me able to do a private Zoom, right, with every shows. I'm sure there's something.
With 40 of our closest friends.
Stone Cold's on a Legends contract. He's got his own podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he might have that negotiated in, like I'd imagine Bruce Pritchard does.
Yeah, like part of Bruce's contract when he went back was to keep the podcast. He's like, I'll come back, but I have to do the podcast.
How long has Rick been on a Legends contract, do you think?
Let's see, it is now 2020. He should have completely retired from professional wrestling in 2008. It's probably about 8-9 years.
No, because he had that little TNA run, and they had to do the trade for Christian with TNA when they wanted to put Rick in the Hall of Fame with the Four Horsemen, and that was, I think, 2012.
So about 8 years, but
I want
I
to
try
say
to
he's only been
forget
on
that
a
Ric
Legends
Flair.
contract since like 14, 15. It's not been that long.
I try very hard to forget that both Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan were part of the nightmare that is now called Impact Wrestling.
Hey, it's much better now than it was then.
So, do you think he's been on a Legends contract since at least July of 2015?
Probably yes.
Okay, because he was doing Woo Nation until the end of 2015. And according to Conrad, the reason he got out of it was just that wasn't the right thing for Rick to be doing, right? Rick didn't like that setup, just wanted to talk about stories, and that's why it really wasn't that successful. It wasn't because, he went to listen, you guys could be absolutely right. 100% you could be right. I feel like that's coming. We're going to end up with sometime with the Nate eventually.
You know,
I'd sell my mother to be part of that Zoom.
Or Hogan. Like, I'm sure Eric's going to call Hogan once.
Yeah, Undertaker's on that Legends contract now till he's like 90, and that is almost all unintentionally Conrad's fault for trying to get him a StarCast.
You know the one thing I learned about The Undertaker that surprised me? He's not a Triple Crown or a Grand Slam champion.
No.
In 30 years in WWE, he never once held the Intercontinental Championship. He was tag champion, held both world title belts. Trying to think of any other belts that he would have won that would qualify as a Triple Crown belt.
No, that's pretty much it.
I don't think he was ever. Go ahead.
Speaking of belts, really quick, because I was this close to buying an autographed Hogan Winged Eagle last night, by the way, on Top Guy Theater. And they were like $1,000. And I was like, Jesus. Oh, people probably pay that, though. For anybody that's interested in such a belt, go to hogansbeachshop.com. Hogan sells them and signs them for $600 total.
Did you buy one?
I did not yet. That's probably happening. I was waiting to find out if something else I bid on last night, if I would win it, and I ended up winning it. And
Was it a CM Punk picture? Did you get it?
No, I bought an autographed Stone Cold Steve Austin belt or a boot. Stone Cold Steve Austin boot.
I think my next piece is going to be an autographed Edge picture. I think Edge would be pretty cool on my wall.
I like it.
I kind of want to mail Jim Ross his first book and see if he'll sign it for me. That was something Ad Free Shows had been talking about doing, but I haven't heard anything more about it in a couple months.
Well, I ordered both of my books from his site, and I got them autographed. I don't know about sending him the book.
I ordered Under the Black Hat from his website. I pre-ordered it and got it not that long after it came out. But I bought Slobber Knocker was the first one, I believe. I can never remember the titles. I always mix them up. I bought that from Amazon because I couldn't read the second book without first reading the first book. That would have driven me nuts. But that one, because I bought it from Amazon, wasn't autographed. I failed to think what an autographed copy of a book would go for on Amazon or eBay.
I mean, I didn't have to pay any extra to get Slobber Knocker from his site signed.
Well, kids, I'm going to go upstairs. I will leave you guys in this. I can log out and keep you guys in it with Carl. So,
hey Mike, if you keep your phone handy, if I manage to wrangle Lauren back in here, I'll message you. Can you come back shirtless?
You know, Lauren's a good girl. I'm not feeling it. You know, she's coming out a little too hard. Too heavy lately. Just too.
What if I offered my last $5?
For what?
For Phil's idea. What if I offered my last $5 if we could get Lauren to come back?
Lauren, come back.
Now, before you go, I have to show you this picture from Jacksonville because now that I'm a single lady, I can show it.
Uh-oh. Is it you and Frank? Yep, it's you and Frank.
Oh.
Hold on. I see a kiss, but I feel like you're kissing his cheek.
Yes.
You can't even really make faces out in that.
I mean, I can see that his eyes are closed, but that's about it.
Yeah. That's my lock screen now.
So did you make it to second base?
Oh, look at her blush. Look at her blush.
A true lady doesn't kiss and tell, Mike. Right, Brandy?
Just start me. First base, second base, third base.
Stop. Because I think cuddling
Home run, round the bases.
Wait. Cuddling is not second base. Wait.
That's like that's like a walk off to first.
That's like a that's a
like
bunt.
The pitcher beans you in the nuts with a ball.
First base is kissing. Did you go there? And I'm talking on the lips, not on the cheek.
No.
Okay.
I call
I was a good girl.
I 100% call bullshit on that, Brandy.
All right, well, I'll let you guys get to the bottom of this. I'm going to call it a night. You kids have fun. 7 a.m. comes quick with the little guy. So, Phil, good luck there, Mr. Presumptive Positive.
Yep. Hopefully we find out soon enough. I mean, at this point, it doesn't matter. According to the state of Illinois, we're all positive, whether we say we are.
Yeah.
So
true. All right. Have fun, guys. Later.
Night.
Then there were 3. For a while, Henry, it was just me and Brandy for like 2 minutes, and then Mike popped in. And then Mike left. Now it's just you.
Yep.
I'm special.
Yes.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
No, I was a good girl in Jacksonville. I was a faithful person.
See, I can believe that. Brandy doesn't seem like the kind of person that would just go.
Brandy.
What is the phrase I'm thinking of?
Is there sleeping in your own room, or is there a shared room situation?
You were the ones that broke that bed in the one room, weren't you?
See, when I went upstairs to wake people up for either A, my chat back live, or B, to get a ride to the airport, there was the room Mark was in, an empty bedroom, and the third bedroom where other people were in.
Yeah, I forgot you woke us up.
Twice. 2 nights, 2 mornings in a row. So you can't tell me differently. You can't fool me. You don't have to say anything, but you also can't fool me.
No,
it is possible to share a bed with another human being and just sleep. I know. I've done it. I'm also the idiot that can sleep standing up. I don't recommend doing that in open spaces or near stairs.
Oh my God, Hornswoggle was so fun to talk to, Henry. I wish
He
you could.
was fun, and I hope that Conrad locks him in once a month or so.
I swear to God, I'll fucking be in Conrad right now. I'll be like, you motherfucker! No,
I tweeted him, and he retweeted. I tweeted Conrad,
I know,
and he retweeted it. So.
You know what's going to be great is like 2 years from now, if this is still a thing, and there's like tens of thousands of people, he's going to remember the OGs.
Of course. There'll only still be like 5 or 6 girls, but yes.
It's so funny because I like to give TJ shit because TJ's like, well, I'm a low key big hog and a top guy. I'm like, but are you an OG? Do you have the OG top guy shirt? He's like, I'm important. I'm like, yeah, but you don't have the OG top guy shirt.
You know what finally got me to sign up to be a top guy? It was the night that Bischoff was doing the
rebook of Hog Wild.
Thank you. I always want to call it Road Wild because I remember in my brain for some reason that the first one was Road Wild and the other ones weren't. And I know I have that wrong, but I always want to just say it that way, and I know it's not right. It drives me nuts. But that was what finally got me to jump ship to become a top guy because I had been a My Push member for a while. But I wanted to sit down with Eric Bischoff and regurgitate my idea, and that led to this.
Do you want to know what got me into being a top guy? My wife. I was an enhancement talent, and I just wanted to make sure Conrad got some of my money because I appreciate all the work he did. And I'm like, oh, I'll throw $9 on this a month, whatever. But then I saw what the top guys got. I'm like, oh my God, I could go hang out in Alabama with Eric Bischoff and Bruce Pritchard and Conrad, and I could get like comp tickets to the events, and like how that is amazing. But there's no way. And I was talking to my wife, and I showed her all this, and she's like, do it. I'm like, what do you mean do it? That's $100 a month. She's like, sweetheart, that is like a dream come true scenario for you. I can't take that away from you. Sign up. So within the I started off in the first month in enhancement talent. I ended the first month as a top guy. Here's the funny part though, Evan got me. I signed up as a top guy 3 months before the end of the month. Paid $100. 3 days later, paid another $100. That son of a bitch.
Yep.
I don't regret it though.
No, I was in my push from because I first got in on that because I was on the original Something to Wrestle and the original 83 Weeks Patreons, as well as WHW Patreon. And so I got in on that $1 tier for like 3 months or whatever we got. And then I did my push. And then Carl dropped me into the chat with all these top guys. And I saw that they were getting all these different Zooms. I'm like, I want to play. So I'm like, it's extra $40. I probably spend that in coffee. Drink less coffee.
I started out as a lower level, and a lower level than my push, and I think I finally jumped to my push for the opportunity to do the episode of Monday Night Raw with Conrad that also led to my first interaction with Jim Ross.
Mm.
And what got me to become a My Push member is one of the things that Phil mentioned as a top guy. We get, if we want them, comp tickets to a show. Mm-hmm. When AEW announced that they were going to bring their very first New York show up close to my neck of the woods, I fangirled. And let me tell you why. Most of the time, when they bring a show to New York, if they don't do it at the Garden, they do it in Albany. They do it out on Long Island. They do it in Brooklyn. Those aren't places that are easy for me to get to. No. Or occasionally they'll do them in Buffalo too, but Buffalo can be a bit of a trek even from right here. When they announced they were coming to Rochester, I wanted to wait to buy tickets. I was waiting for my taxes to come back. I was going to get tickets as close to the front as I could. 8 hours into the day they started selling tickets, half of them were gone. And I said, I can't wait any longer. I think I can balance these books. I hope I can. If not, something's going undone because I am buying tickets. Shut up and take my money. And then COVID happened. And I planned that weekend. I think it was supposed to be weekend, the middle of the week, but that's linguistic semantics. They were going to do a super show with Conrad and Tony and JR, and I think maybe Arn Anderson at one of the comedy clubs in Rochester on St. Patrick's Day, the day before the show. Mm-hmm. I bought tickets for that too, and ended up everything just kind of fell apart and they shut everything down because of COVID.
Today is actually the 1 year anniversary, and I've gained it back a little bit. I don't know if it'll pop up. Today, that's my Facebook members feed, is the 1 year anniversary of getting below 170 pounds.
Aww.
Yep.
How much do you weigh now?
I think I'm close, but not quite to 180. But when I started my weight loss journey, I was 210. So
that's not bad.
Yeah, COVID's made me gain some weight back, and I stopped working out. I still don't drink anything with calories in it, but I really haven't watched what I ate or worked out. I don't know why, but
doesn't Jose Cuervo have calories in it?
I mean, I don't drink. I mean, sometimes like alcohol, but like I drink 0 calorie sodas, 0 calorie energy drinks.
And he doesn't drink these.
No, but the podcast, they are legitimately what kept me going. Like after like the first month or so through my weight loss journey, because I would pop in, like I literally listened to play through all the 83 weeks, all of the Something that Wrestles, and when I actually was there when Jim Ross and Arn Anderson both started their podcast and got to listen to those. So I was just cycling through every single one of them. Because here's my thing. My work schedule on my old job when I was working out was either 7 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. or 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. One or the other. It was never both. So the only time I had to work out was early in the morning while everyone was asleep. So every morning, Monday through Sunday, without fail, I got up at 4:30. Got up, took my energy pre-workout supplement, worked out, came home, lifted weights, and then waited for everyone else to get up. The reason why I got in there early is because I would have to either A, help kids get up and go to school, or B, go to work. Or I couldn't do it after work because after work I either have to help kids with homework or get them in bed or go to sleep. So getting up that fucking early in the morning was the only time I could work out. But it got to the point where it was like zen. It was quiet. It was peaceful. There was no talking. There was no cars. I was just going up and down my street. It was me, the wrestling podcast, and my workout. And I did that for a year.
It's actually funny because I have both of Jim Ross's books. When the pandemic started and they started shutting everything down in New York, at the time, kind of like now, though back in March, it was by choice, I lived in a little studio apartment in Bath. And I basically kept to myself when I wasn't working, except for the occasional times I'd go out and see friends. But when the pandemic first started to get bad in New York, they started to shut everything down. I didn't really want to leave the house. I have to go out and work because I work in a pharmacy, but I don't really want to interact with anybody else beyond that because I don't want to get sick. So I ended up spending a lot more time at home than I ordinarily would have. And I tried to start reading both of his books. It got to the point where I couldn't do it. I wanted voices in my house. I bought both of his books on audio tape and started listening to both of them. Even when I wasn't really paying attention, there are parts of his books I don't remember because I would just start to listen, and because I'm listening to a tranquil, calm voice, I'd fall asleep. I think of all 5 podcasts, I think I enjoy Jim Ross the most, only because I remember him and Tony so very vividly from my childhood. But Jim Ross was always the one I liked more because I had him longer. After WCW folded, Shivani just kind of disappeared.
He did, and then Conrad dug him out of mothballs, and
he wasn't completely in mothballs. I mean, he was covering baseball and covering
for
baseball.
wrestling. He was in mothballs.
Fair enough, I give you that. But I've found as I've started listening more to Arn and Eric and all the others, I enjoy their viewpoints on a lot of different things too. I wish in some ways it was possible to do a more deeper dive into some of the newer product. I get that with Bruce, that's impossible. Because even if he wasn't working a 75-hour day in a 24-hour life cycle, he's under contract WWE. It's not like he's going to be able to discuss current stuff. That probably would get him fired.
Mm-hmm.
But it sometimes would be nice to take a deeper dive into some of the ideas and stories behind some of the more recent things that we've seen, to get an understanding. Because I imagine in 5-10 years' time, when hopefully the world by then goes back to some semblance of normal as it was pre-COVID, we'll talk about these times and wonder what we did right and what we did wrong in the world of pro wrestling.
Yeah, and I mean, the downside is we can't talk about it now. But the upside is that means Bruce can keep doing the podcast that much longer, because then we can come back to this time and this era of wrestling, and we can actually pick Bruce's brain about it, just like we do about the old stuff.
I also, part of me kind of wishes that they could find time to set him up with either Briscoe or his brother Tom for an episode or two, because I feel like that would be pure gold.
That would be funny. That would have to be a video, though. That couldn't just be audio. That would have to be a video. That would be hilarious.
Can you imagine the kind of stories that Gerald Briscoe or Tom Pritchard could tell alongside Bruce?
Oh my God. That would be
We'd need to give him like a 12-pack or a 24-pack of beer, maybe some pizza or some chicken wings or, whatever, and then just roll camera. Live stream.
Stories from Tom about growing up with Bruce.
Oh God.
I think the thing that intrigues me, because I don't know very much about Tom Pritchard. I remember when the corporation started becoming a thing. I remember Briscoe and Patterson were McMahon's stooges, and Briscoe would always call him Mr. McMahon. I don't know if that's
Mr. McMahon.
Yes,
Garrett, I can see your comments.
But I don't know if it's a Western thing or what it is exactly. But I find that part of me wonders what kind of stories Gerald Briscoe could really tell if you got him going.
Oh,
because he worked for McMahon for almost 40 years. I highly doubt he's going to say anything that's going to bury him. But some of the
he
stories,
knows all the funny shit.
like how they talk about the car rides and stuff like that. I feel like he is a veritable gold mine. There's also, I said this the other day, and I don't remember where I said it. It would be kind of cool to pick Briscoe's brain about the Montreal Screwjob.
Oh, yeah. Well, Briscoe's been very upfront about he knew, and he was one of the few people that knew. He's the one that went and told Earl, like, as he's going out, it's like, look, this is what's going to happen.
That's weird because I went back the other day and I was watching The Dark Side of the Ring about the Montreal Screwjob. And before I get to where I'm going with this, I will say that I feel like if you locked Jim Cornette and Vince Russo in a room with each other for 24 hours, one of them would kill the other in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, they wouldn't make it 24 hours.
They're like fire and gasoline, or water and oil. The two of them do not mix. And that kind of made the episode better because Jim Cornette's not my favorite person in the world. I like him. I respect what he's done in the pro wrestling business. But his personality, to me, leaves a little to be desired when compared to people like, say, Arn Anderson or Eric Bischoff or Conrad Thompson. But
Arn Anderson feels like my uncle. I feel like Arn Anderson is like legit my uncle, like Uncle Arn, because he's just like, every time I see Arn Anderson, it's like the uncle you don't see him very often, but when you see him, it's like, yes, Uncle Arn's here. He's gonna have the greatest stories.
He's so sweet. So Jared actually has a good question for us. He says, who do you guys think the 6th weekly host will be? For some reason, I think it'll be one of the Crockett's. I think it's Jeff Jarrett.
That's exactly how I think it is. It's got to be Jeff Jarrett.
They're eventually going to have 7 full hosts.
Right. If this
have 5.
This is not a brag, so please don't take it as such. On the very first Ask Conrad Anything, I got the very first question on the very first Ask Conrad Anything, and I asked him if you could have his pick of another co-host, who would it be? The top two were Paul Heyman and Jeff Jarrett.
Yep.
Paul Heyman's not available right now. Jeff Jarrett is.
I think it's going to be Jeff. One of the Crockett's would be interesting. I think everyone would think it would be David Jr. because he was like the one that was in charge and stuff. But I think Jackie Crockett would be really cool because he was the cameraman. He was kind of on the floor and kind of really up in there for a lot of the cool stuff. But that's
I think one of the things I'd like to see, the interview with Jim Herd made me kind of want it, though I don't think we'll ever get it because of his advanced age and what's going on with his physical health. It would be absolutely awesome if Conversations with Conrad could find a way somehow to get a sit-down interview with Ted Turner. Maybe let Bischoff lead it instead of Conrad, but
it wouldn't work without Conrad. That's the whole thing. It would not work without Conrad.
But at the same time, too, I feel like Turner's in such poor health.
Yes, he has what's called Lewy body dementia, and that is what my grandfather suffered from at the end of his life. And that just means that some days are good. It's just very erratic, as with any form of dementia or Alzheimer's. It's very erratic, where 1 hour he's fine, and 1 hour we're off the rails. So it's just
it'd be serious like Eric Bischoff, and then bam, Tony Schiavone. That's
pretty much, yeah. Tony Schiavone Tourette's.
That's a horrible way of describing that, but that's kind of how I saw it in my head. But I feel like, and I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You have viewpoints from the olden days of Mid-South up through nowadays AEW with Jim Ross. You have old school WCW and NWA with Arn Anderson. You've got WCW and WWE with Bischoff. You've got WWE straight along with some of the Houston wrestling stuff with Bruce Pritchard. I just had a brain fart. And you've got slapstick comedy and watching along old pay-per-views with Tony Schiavone. But a WCW perspective within all of it. I feel like, to me, Jeff Jarrett would offer a lot, and I feel like he slots in better at number 7 than number 6. I feel like we have AEW, we have WCW in the NWA, we've got WWE and old school WWF. The next logical step to me is ECW. The problem becomes the only real person that can tell this. Well, there are two people, I suppose. Todd Gordon and Paul Heyman.
Well, there are a couple of other options. There is a Tommy Dreamer. Tommy was there for a lot of it. But it's not the same. It's not somebody who saw everything.
I mean, the perspectives of somebody that was there from start to finish with ECW would be decent too. Tommy Dreamer fits that bill, doesn't he? I gotta be honest. I know of ECW, the WWE reboot. I know of some wrestlers who make bigger names in ECW than anywhere else, with the exception of Mick Foley and Terry Funk, because I know both of them from WCW. And that's pretty much it. I also know Shane Douglas disparaged the NWA title while he was in ECW, and that's how ECW became that bigger third brand. But my real exposure has been more WCW and WWF or WWE.
Yeah,
I don't know how you. There are ways to tell the ECW story without Paul Heyman, but honestly, the one thing I would love to get an answer from, and the only way we'd ever get that answer is from Heyman. The Invasion. We were talking about that a little last night with Top Guy Theater, how there were some wrestlers that McMahon just wasn't going to pay him what Turner was paying him, and that was the be-all, end-all. We can't have you. We'll figure this out some other way. When Rhino jumped ship, Rhino was the ECW champion. He was the last one that was recognized by an independent ECW promotion before, when they resurrected it 5 years later, Rob Van Dam became the new champion under the WWE banner. I've often wondered, and it probably had something to do with the lawsuit against the holding company of ECW, I've often kind of wondered why McMahon wouldn't have tried to bought the rights to the ECW title at the same time as he bought the rights to the belts, the tape library, and everything else from WCW.
I have a feeling it was just he didn't, and it was kind of an unknown because Paul didn't really say anything that, oh, I owe a lot of people a lot of money. I think they went into the unknown, and then when he wore the baseball cap when they joined the Invasion, and then they got in trouble after that, and after that you never saw another ECW logo for however many years
until Vince McMahon finally bought the property. Which in its own way makes sense, but they talked about how they wanted to rebuild a WCW show. You could make the argument that because after the Invasion angle ended, what was it, less than 6 months later, they began the first brand split where Raw became its own show and SmackDown became its own show. You could make the argument that to a point, WCW lived on in insert show name here. Most people would say SmackDown, only because that was the newer WWE show at the time.
Well, that, and they had a lot of the workhorses that you were familiar with from the WCW era in the infamous the SmackDown 6. So I think that's why it was very different from the traditional Raw WWF presentation, and the fact that you had guys like a Benoit, like a Guerrero, that were very identifiable as the workhorses from WCW, the guys that were there every week putting on killer matches.
I would agree with that to a point, especially when one figures that when they reintroduced the what is now the WWE US title, that went to SmackDown. But for that, in my mind, to be true, SmackDown needed the big gold belt. Even if they had that WWE logo on it, that big gold belt was what represented WCW from the mid-'80s of the Crockett era until the end of the Invasion. Realistically, in a way, even through its tenure in WWE, that belt, I think, to me, is better remembered as WCW's top title. But McMahon soured on the idea of making WCW show because nobody would touch the brand because of the money that it allegedly lost. But I have to wonder if Turner and Time Warner and AOL weren't just dumping losses into WCW, how much money did it really lose in 2000?
Yeah, exactly. You'd have to look at the balance sheets from that year and kind of pull out, because that was something that happened throughout the tenure of Ted Turner owning WCW. That's where they would dump all of the negative shit and all of the losses into WCW. Oh, because that's just wrestling. Nobody really cares if that does well or not. We got to make sure our other brands and our other companies under our subsidiary, have a positive bottom line. So you'd have to really comb through those books to sift out what actually was and was not a WCW expense or a loss from the company. And there was a lot of weird things, like WCW didn't directly get like the pay-per-view money. It went to Turner, and they would keep most of it. It's a very convoluted. It was not a clean.
Makes sense when you figure that WCW wasn't like Titan or WWE is now, with having its own in-house production crew. WCW existed within the Turner umbrella, but didn't have its own independent stuff. They were still reliant on Turner for all those things.
Yeah, that's
you
why.
Bear that in mind. At least makes sense.
Yeah, you just have to. It would just take some time and somebody with some finance know-how to kind of comb through and look through your notes to the audited financials and figure out what truly was and was not WCW related, to kind of piece together what that picture would be. And because those are public record, you could do that. And honestly, I'm kind of tempted to do that.
Within Turner's sports division back in the 90s, you also had the Atlanta Braves, which I know very little about baseball. I think they won the World Series in 94 or 95. But
I know nothing about baseball.
The Atlanta Braves were never that great of a baseball team when they were owned by Turner. You also had NASCAR, which was in its heyday in the 90s. But I remember a lot more watching NASCAR on the major networks or ESPN than I do on a Turner product, which I think explains why it came back. And when it came back in 2001, they split NASCAR in the second half of the season between Turner and NBC Sports. Well, let me phrase that: Turner in the TNT product, not the TBS product, where it had been in the 90s.
Right. No, I'm gonna poke around and see what I can find, because now that interests me. Because that's what I do for work. I work in the finance department. I look at audited financials, and I know how to work my way around a balance sheet. So I'm actually tempted to kind of go back and take a look and see what I can find.
It's funny because when I do the universe mode in the WWE games, I almost always take a WWE show, because I find it faster that way, and pull out all of the pieces and replace them with WCW counterparts. Because I feel like in today's wrestling environment, AEW sort of proves this a little bit. A WCW themed product, if somebody could pry all that crap out of the hands of the McMahons, for the nostalgia factor alone, you'd be able to get people on TV.
Right.
I think I remember reading somewhere once the very last episode of Monday Nitro drew like a 2.5 or 3.5 Nielsen rating.
Yeah, and it was still, even when they're going down, like the ship is like the Titanic is sinking, they were still the highest rated show
on TNT.
So Jared says the Braves won the World Series in 95, and they went back again in 96 and 97. So I don't think there was a whole lot of loss there. That's why you just don't know, especially with the back end of contracts and stuff. I know nothing about baseball financing and what a baseball club expense operates as. So I think
it's, and I'm making up numbers. A typical baseball season, I think, runs 160 games. Mm-hmm. Presuming you don't make the playoffs, you just play that straight 160 games. Half of them are in your home stadium. Mm-hmm. It's like, use New England as an example. Switch from baseball to football. You have 16 regular season games and 4 preseason games in the NFL. 10 of those games you are playing at Gillette Stadium. The other 10 well, you know for a fact that one of those games is going to be in Buffalo, one of those games is going to be in Miami, one of those games is going to be in New York. But those other games, you're going to play in somebody else's house. You're not incurring the expense that it requires to open up the stadium and make it ready for people.
No, but then you're also incurring the expense of how are you going to get there? Are you going to take the buses? Are you going to charter planes? Staff per diem to go there. It's a different can of worms. And so I just don't know until I'm going to have to dig around because this is 20-year-old shit that we're going to have to try and unearth on the internet.
You know what? I just realized we've been talking almost by ourselves for the last 10 minutes.
And Phil is just like checked out.
No, I'm listening. I'm being patient listening.
You see, if
I'm actually
Phil, jump in at any time.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta go because I need to go get a shower in before bed because I have to go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, I have to go too. Actually, I probably need to sleep because I have to help through the bedroom, mind you, not leaving the room, care for children.
Yep.
You've reached the point where you can't actually leave at all.
I mean, we're like my name says, we're presumptive positive. That means, according to the state of Illinois, even if none of our family members have a positive COVID result, according to Illinois, we're all positive just because of the symptoms one of my foster sons has.
I remembered you telling me about that, but the last I remember reading about it or hearing about it, I was left with the impression that you were still considered clean. If you
that's why I'm staying in the room away from the rest of my family. So if I'm clean, I can stay clean. Because I work in Missouri, and in the state of Missouri, I don't have to stay at home if someone in my house tests positive, as long as I am negative. So if I get a positive result from anyone in my house, I will go test. Until then, I'm going to continue to work.
I don't envy you or the position that you're in right at the moment, Carl, or Phil. I don't know why I do that. I feel like I have a mental block on that name for some reason. I don't get why.
But hey, I've got a television, I've got a PlayStation 3, I've got my laptop, I've got my Zoom, I've got my wrestling, I've got my Patreon. I'm good to go.
All right, why don't we go ahead and wrap this up and we can let Carl know to close the room.
Okay.
Any final thoughts? Last minute things. Yeah. Okay. So it's just us. I think we had a great time tonight. The Hornswoggle Zoom call was fun. I hope we get to do them more often. I don't know if I'm going to know exactly how much Scooby-Doo made in 1995 by the morning, but I'm probably going to at least get a lead on where I can find this information.
While you're doing that, as a secondary side project, is there any way you can look up the information from the lawsuit for the other big promotion in ECW? Because I know
I can definitely try.
If memory serves me right, I think the company that owned it ended up suing Paul Heyman, and that settled out of court, and WWE bought up the assets. But
yeah, you should at least, even if they settled out of court, you should be able to see what the initial filings were.
It'd be nice to piece together that story because I feel like that would make a great episode of the Chat Pack. If you're still listening out there, Carl, it's
I just sent him a text. So tomorrow will be, frankly, it's another Mandic Monday with Frank Bruno and Carl as they get ready to start this new week. There'll be Monday Night Football talk. Tuesday is the Model and the Mandic. Rocco DeRose and Carl will be doing the Undertaker 30th anniversary show, which is going to be and Wednesday, Carl is going to have that big interview with the female producer. I think her name is Christine something. The rest eludes me. She worked for the WWF in the late 80s, early 90s, and then worked from WCW from the early 90s all the way to the end. So we got a lot coming this week on the Chat Pack.
Don't we also have that Bischoff Zoom on Wednesday too, Brandy?
Yeah, but I'm going to be at work. I can't do that one.
Hold on just 1 second. You had mentioned the Monday night game, and I'm now curious as to what it is. Tomorrow night's contest on ESPN's Monday Night Football is part of... I really hate the fact that my brain is not firing on all cylinders right now. But tomorrow's Week 10 contest of Monday Night Football will take us to Soldier Field as the Minnesota Vikings get set to take on the Chicago Bears in an NFC North showdown.
Which should be interesting.
I may never get to do that again, but that was kind of exciting.
That was fun. So thank you for joining us. The Chat Pack will be live every single night, Monday through Friday. Come hang out with us. Wolves are social. They need their pack, and we need you guys. Good night.
Have a good night, everybody.